All right. That's my audio. Second part is the stream. Third part is getting this crinkling out of your way. Here, let me open these before. They make a lot of sound. It does make a lot of sound. Oh, I should pause these streams. There we go. Though it should not affect my whatever. We have 11:45 there. There we go. Just in case I want a little snack. Welcome or hello or konnichiwa. No, I'm just okay. Let me see. What were the things I did in the shower? I was like, oh, I gotta go through all this stuff. Dang, prior mullet's coming in good. Thank you. Not a compliment you get too often. Let me see. Okay, have the stream there. Microphone is good. I do have a slight One Piece update because getting back to into the swing of things. Let me see. So I recorded Parcast Saturday, and before that I recorded with Dax. I don't know if the Dax video posted yet. And if it did, and Ahmad has it or saw it already or whatever, feel free to link it. Starting to collab more. Probably going to get onto a J stream soon next. Gonna start doing more One Piece stuff now that I have the schedule and everything. I realize I'm wearing my Elbaf outfit a little too early because this is like the what's it called? The intro to the stream. So that was Saturday. Then Sunday was technically Eid, even though I don't know if this is controversial, but the moon wasn't seen. It's a long explanation, but the Muslim holiday Eid, it's based off of a moon sighting, and they don't technically use, I guess Saudi used the satellite to be like, yep, this is the moon Saturday, which it should have been, but because various orgs could not see the moon, is celebrated Monday. But regardless, saw a family over, and a family member had a request. It's a little embarrassing because they put my stream on their like big screen TV because they heard that I mentioned them last week. I don't know if you guys remember, I like interrupted my reading because my baby cousin texted me, and so they were like, oh, when did he mention you? And then my little baby cousin was like, oh, mention me next. I'm like, I'm not, what is this? And then so he wanted me to dox him. He wanted me to say his full name, and I was like, what? Why would I do that? And he's just like, I'm already Googleable. And I'm like, I'm not gonna dox a 10-year-old. What? But also, apparently his friends watch my videos or my shorts. I don't remember. And that was a shocker because I was like, his age group, like they actually, like, I went to his birthday party, and then one of the kids are like, wait a second, I've seen you somewhere. And then that my cousin was like, oh, he's on YouTube. I'm like, no, no. And like, I can't troll. I can't be like, oh, I'm on like the other website, like the other website. I can't do that with like 10-year-olds. So I was just like, I was like half about to be like, no, that was Morge. Like, I was like, no, that's not me. But yeah, so hopefully that mention was enough. Should say congratulations. This is how he'll know that I'm talking about him specifically. Is congratulations on making the regional soccer team. That's pretty awesome. So, that's that, and then I was working on all my One Piece stuff. So if you guys remember last stream, we discussed, and I'm sure it's relevant to the chapter, because last stream we talked about the Gunko Brook song thing, and people were like, oh, she a Rev spy, and we talked about it. And from there, I spun out into like a theory regarding Ginny and how she chose her circumstance. And I'm like triple down on that. But while I was making that script, it was supposed to be, and I said it to Dax too. I was like, it's supposed to be like, I talk about how the Gunko thing is relevant to the chapter, and then I bring up Ginny, and then I talk about why I think she chose her circumstance. And it's not like um, not that it wasn't as sad as it was, but more so like, um, there might be more to the story. While I was making that, I expanded on the Gunko part so much that part ended up being its own like 12-minute video where I'm pretty sure I'm confused, and I was like, damn, I should have cut this out of the Ginny video, make a Gunko video. And this is, I guess, where it's like, I guess it's a good thing that I waited for this chapter, because maybe this chapter gives us more info. But like, I'm like, everything they said last chapter about Gunko not being Rev for all the reasons that I had, I'm like doubling down on that and tripling down, like the clone stuff and the spy stuff and like whatever other like similar things. I'm like, I just I don't see it at the moment. Um and it made like a bunch of comparisons, and like the basic, like at the part where the script's at, it could just like end kind of as a video kind of discussing the topic rather than proposing a theory. But and because we don't have enough like data yet, which I guess where this chapter could like help, but there is two really good ideas that I'm like, oh man, if this is the route, that'd be insane. But like it like, I don't know, it's just interesting where neither of them like fully make sense, but for less crazy reasons, if that makes sense, than why I didn't like the original one. Which that's all, One Piece update stuff. So I am glad, like, I don't know, I think you guys can like maybe see like, as opposed to previous streams in the last few months where like yeah, video, get a video out. Like I'm like 2 15-minute videos created, probably. Oh, and this is break week, right? Break week. Oh, my mom wants me to take her somewhere tomorrow. Listen, if I take my mom somewhere tomorrow, then the video gets delayed. So I gotta put that pressure on my mom. It's like, hey, like, a lot of people waiting for my return. You really need to go to this place, and I'll probably end up taking her. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta do it for my mom. So anyways, those two videos supposed to be one video. I'm annoyed that it's not one video, but I just like yap, I guess. Like I just can't avoid it. I just gotta embrace it. Which is funny because I'm not even looking at the chat right now, which one is because I don't want spoilers, but then two, I'm gonna see the super chats. I'm gonna respond to the super chats after I get through the reading, which I normally do, except I future sighted see this one. Trevor Boyer, $5 super chat, says, been in the hospital since Tuesday. I'm dyslexic. Internal bleeding sucks. Just glad it's not a break week. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you feel better. Since Tuesday is wild. I treat the nurses nicely. They matter. Um yeah, hopefully the food at your place is good. That's always important. I was lucky that all the hospitals I've been to, the food is bomb. Shout outs to the what are they called? The clinical dietitian clinic. I think that's what they're called. Make a good menu. Them and other people, nutritionists. But yeah. Hope you feel better, Trevor. And I see this one right next to it, and it's not spoiling, so I'll read it. And then I'll get to the other super chats after the reading. So Jason Tarantino with a 32-month sub. That's crazy. Or visionary membership. I think it's fine on YouTube to call it sub. I'm just so Twitch coded that I just call everything sub. But like, you get what I mean. Two more procedures. Wishing you the best, Trevor. That's that's a lot to look forward to. Is it two procedures in one, or is it like one and then you rest? Dang, that's a rough one. Godspeed, man. Wishing you the best. Send you a. I was gonna say a Gunko arrow to like. I guess could Gunko's arrow be like heal, and then like is that the fate, and then it crosses your path and then it heals you? Is that how that work? Whatever. We'll think about that fruit different time. Um, went to get teeth implants and they fucked me up. No, this is more fueled for my. Okay, I have a lot of dentist friends. They're not the problem, but you guys may remember a story. Dentist, my orthodontist was a quack, and I told my parents, I was like, I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't know shit. And then later, 2 years later, he closed down and sued for malpractice. So I got anti dentist agenda. No offense. Shout outs if you're a dentist. It's a hard thing to be in and study, considering the position it is in our healthcare. Anyways, um, that is Trevor, prayers. That's crazy. Heal is not a direction, so probably not. Yeah, but like heal, time heals all wounds. So like time is a direction. I feel like that's the cue for like I have the soundboard. I need to get a sound. I don't know why I was gonna put like the sound when I took off my glasses was the SVU sound, which is the wrong song or sound. But like it was the sound that played in my head for some reason. But uh anyways, where are we at? We're at 17, 18 minutes. Okay. All right. Did I have any more One Piece updates? I mentioned the Dax thing, the J thing. Sai will be coming on stream. Pause. Videos. Hopefully we'll get them out in a timely manner. You just gotta talk to my mom. Got my drink right here. Got the overlay right there. Camera's right here. The camera is fixed too. My hair is a little scuffed, but where it is, it is. Oh, and I still didn't get the lighting up. Damn it. All right, we'll do the lighting for after. Oh yeah, after this break week, I can change my overlay. Huh. Yeah, and then maybe I could start doing it on my like screen right here, and then having like a that'd be sick. And like I could stand up and be doing the chapter reaction like reading on the screen. I think that'd be sick if I just did a standing desk, which I want to do standing stream. I could even do it today, but like nah, we'll keep it par the course. Okay. All right. 19 minutes in. Thank you guys for tuning into the Knock Up stream with your host Par of the Vision family. I do have Twitch chat open. I don't know what's wrong with my browser, but I think when I got the ad blockers, they went overdrive, and now Twitch is broken, so I have to use a different browser. Anyways, I see a new name, Amid Staporia. Welcome in Twitch chat. I have that open. No, I mean the camera angles would all change with the if I stood up. It was just, this is the sitting camera angle. I would raise the desk and then we'd be good. Let me see. What was I gonna say? Oh, I did the notifications, did all that stuff. Yep. So we're here for chapter 1145. Had a little bit of an update for video stuff coming out. Some collabs that we did and are in the work, besides, the ones with Sai. Sai will be coming later in the stream. after the chapter reaction, I should hop into the call so I don't miss him. Um, yeah, I think we're good. Oh, we did talk a little bit about the Gunko stuff, which where were we last week? We were like, I think me and Sai we talked. I think it's a well, one point is that you know, being back into writing the scripts like actively for, you know, while we're reading and that stuff, it's like um paying more attention, you know, like definitely paying more attention, uh and to a lot of the details. It's very interesting. Gunko's character is really wild. I not that I didn't realize, but like the emphasis is really on this character in so many ways, especially when you look at the contrast there is to Gunko and other characters in a similar like light, that either we're trying to put on her, or Oda might be trying to like lead her in, or that she's currently in, or in her introduction. There's just so much about this character that um I guess that makes sense why I couldn't avoid, like last week we were talking about like, oh, like Gunko Spy, and I was like, there's not enough information, and that's still true. But um while I was trying to avoid making her the spotlight of a video, she became a spotlight of the video, and I think that's kind of not impressive. That's a weird way to say it, but like very, very um foretelling, I guess, of what we might see from the character. There's a lot to unpack with this, with Gunko. A lot to unwrap with the bandages that became arrows that are just bandages, which, you know, and the Brook part, which ironically I didn't really talk much about yet in that video, which I guess would be the intro and conclusion. But anyways, we're here 11:45. We have a break week next week, I believe, right? So this will be an interesting one. Oh, timer. Oh my goodness. Okay, see that's why we do the checklist, because I almost forgot the timer. Look at that. Look at that. We're going to open up the timer real quick. Give me a second. Timer. There we go. There we go. Woo, that was close. That was a close one. Okay. Let's do it. Here we are. And boom, start. Okay, the loading is crazy. Oh, I didn't test this TCB page. Whoa. 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 The anime? Anime returns. Wait, why 11:15? Is that the slot? Does Japan do 15 slot? Is that what it is? I don't think I knew that. But the animations took me through a loop, because I'm an anime viewer first. So this is like, I'm here for the manga. I'm here for the black and white. Well, obviously we get color spreads, but did I mean, this is just like, is this like, did they make a special and then they screen cap this and then put this on here, or is this like a single frame drawing that someone did? Either way, either way, I love the visuals from the anime now. I mean, I'm an anime fan, so it's pretty nice. Zoro getting drunk, Chopper, Luffy. Luffy's head looks a little too big though. Usopp, Nami getting the food, burgers, beers, or sake, whatever. Pizza. That pizza looks disgusting. I'm sorry, that's not pizza. That's like a cheesecake donut. I don't know what that's not a pizza. Not from where I'm from. And where I'm from, we have the best pizzas in the world apparently. So, yeah. Sorry, whoever drew that pizza. Oh, we got a Den Den Mushi. Bunch of TVs. Didn't know they were on that CRTV grind. Playing No Ping Smash. Anyways, beautiful start. Let's see. let's see what the Oda note is. Oda note is pending. Oh, we are in for. Ooh, what time is? Oh my god, 2 minutes 30. I could get up and dance right now. Dude, we are record time. This is wild. Let me back up a little bit because the lighting is kind of making like putting a shadow here. Um, damn. Okay. Okay. We record. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no no no. I mean, not it's not a bad thing. It's just that I thought I was making record time, and then I hit a cover story. My mortal enemy, my arch nemesis. Okay, we see. Oh, he's alive. Okay, I was like, the way Alti's holding him is like, is he dead? And then I see the face, kind of looking a little bit like Roto, just like the creeper, your face. Yamato is like, I did good. Meanwhile, she could have avoided all this. I still don't believe that the I mean, I even got Sai on it. He didn't even give much push. See, this is one of those things. I'm sorry, I didn't read the thing yet. This is one of those things where it's like I say something and it's logical, but Sai takes the antagonistic approach to what I'm saying, just to oppose me instead of always agreeing. So and even he on this one was like, yeah, it's kind of silly that this place is in shambles, but it is what it is. Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage Volume 30. Okay. Pei is still alive. Yeah, I mean, who's who didn't hit Alti a single time, right? And then he just had his foot on his head. It would be crazy work if Husu actually like offed somebody. And Yamato was there to like prevent it all. Like in no world, I don't think there was a single Marvel multiverse where Yamato, right, like fails to save everybody here. This is probably the worst timeline. This is almost like Yamato being Doctor Strange and be like, this is the one. I had to wait for I had to destroy. I had to allow all this to get destroyed, for Alti to get tortured, for Who's Who to get stepped on. I had to watch all of that. This is the canon event. This is the timeline. Be interesting to see what comes after this. I mean, again, this is what I was saying to Sai. It's like we get this part, and the question is, how long will Oda like spread this out? Will it be like 3 4 chapter like of things that the fallout of what happened after the fight is kind of expected, right? Like, oh, everyone's defeated. We got that last week. Who's who one shot. Everyone defeated. Alti looks at page 1. And then what would be next? Was it Tama and Yamato look at Yasue's sword or something? Like that might be the next one. I don't know. Something like that. Or oh, maybe Inarashi shows up and then takes all the women. That could be like it's this fall cleanup stuff, right? That's probably it. And we probably had 2 more of that, and then we resume. Probably, maybe. It'd be interesting. Maybe we jump right into the action and something else crazy happens, but I don't really know what would happen. I guess Who's Who could show up in the next cover story. But anyways, let's get to the chapter. Make good on the time we have. Oh my god. Front and how can I not? My guy is here. Hold on. This is the he's right here, the shield. We've been talking about the shield for so long. Ever since Mihawk is a sword, this shield. I've been waiting. Here it I know I'm skipping a little bit. Here it comes, Nash. The shield's name is Nash. This shield was one of the greatest gifts that Oda gave us, because this shield told me Elbaf. It spoke to me. Elbaf is the place where sentient weapons are going to run rampant. We are going to get it. And you know what that might lead to is the world where Mihawk is a literal sword. classic video, classic ParVision, still getting W's. Anyways, let's see what we're opening up with the double spread. Oda opened me up with the double spread. Roar. They have dinosaurs? Oh, this is probably a monster, right? There's fighting in the realm of the dead too. Oh, I mean, I guess they could just have dinosaurs. There's nothing wrong with that. But are the dinosaurs dino-sized or are they mega dino-sized? Like, are these dinosaurs like Godzilla's for like every other island? Or are they just dinosaurs amongst giant animals? See, it's a little hairy. It looks like Oda is embracing a little bit of the furry dinosaur, not the feathery dinosaur new model, the new feather dinosaur model that what are they called? Taxidermists? No, that's not them. Whoever they've come up with. Anyways, Nash. Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes, Nash. What? Oh! It like talks and everything. Wait. What did he what? What just happened? It grew? Gra. Oh my god. It broke the jaw and teeth of this dinosaur. I guess dinosaurs maybe could open their jaws like, what is this, 180? 270, whatever? No, it's 180. Like a snake. But it would open from here, I would assume. Anyways. Damn, that's crazy. Arm de lair? Power shoot. Oh, we're getting the Foxy run back, baby. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be so sick to animate. Do you remember they reanimated this in the Foxy thing? And that was one of my favorite like animated things. It was so cool. And they just did that to a dinosaur, man. Unnamed. Zoro blackened his blades for this too, it looks like. This thing looks edible. It's big even by giant standards. There we go. There we go. So it is Godzilla. Groggysaurus is super tasty. Oh, this is feeling like Toriko. They've got a... oh, this is literally just Toriko. Did the Toriko... who's the author of Toriko? Did he come in? This text box right here is straight out of Toriko. Oh, mouthwater. How did Oda knew I skipped lunch today? They got a thick... oh, we gotta teach Oda about the C's. Or Steven... no, the TCB. Spelled with C's. They got a thick layer of fat under the skin. So prep takes a while, but simmer in booze and it's fantastic. Dude, I need Toriko. Was his name Komatsu? No, that's not his name, right? Whoever the main character Toriko is. Need him to chop it up. I guess we do have Sanji. Sanji did respect him, might I add. But anyways, we didn't bring any alcohol though. The hunter's cabin is stocked with all the cooking tools we'll need. Let's grab some herbs on the way back. Okay. Never mind that. What is... oh, we're getting straight focus. What is this thing? Is a devil spook... is a oh, I can't even speak. This is it. This is... oh no. Oh no. It doesn't matter. Okay. Many of you guys who are new don't know the gravity of this moment. We have contemplated what the circumstance of this shield has been, and we've debated this in Discord, in chats, in comments, on streams, other creators. You know how crazy it is? I roped other creators to speak about this shield and debate on it. We've analyzed the face of this thing comparatively to the homies that Big Mom and Mother Camel created. Now, the answer to this isn't super important because we can just slide the goalpost, admittingly. But But we did talk about this more than most sane human beings should have. Like Oda is like, who cares? Who gives about Nash, right? No, Oda's on some energy, bro. Last week too with the Thundercloud. I wanted the Spider Cloud revealed first, and what did he do? He revealed that one first, gave it a title card, and named it Thunder. I was so disappointed. Is this like Oda's coming for me, dude? He knows I'm looking forward to this, and he's gonna disappoint me. Never mind that. What is the thing? Is a devil fruit responsible? Please don't say it's Mother Caramel. It came to life after my old man clashed with Big Mom. Fuck, it's a homie. Who's clashing with Big Mom, bro? Oh my god, his dad. It came to life after my old man clashed with. But did his dad like die? Is this his dad in a shield? Big Mom. So it's just like Zeus, huh? What? You know Zeus? He's a high-ranking homie. Yeah, he's our navigator's lackey now. What? Okay, oh, we're still here. We're still God's Knights. Oh my goodness, the own. So this thing is a homie. Like the thing is, Oda's annoying, bro. He could have just said it's a homie. It's heavily implied that it is a homie. Heavily implied. It came to life after my old man clashed with Big Mom. All right, but whose soul? Is it Big Mom's? Or is it his dad's? Like what? It's saying it came to whatever. We're just gonna ignore this page. Anyone brings up the agenda, we're sliding the goalposts. Don't let Sai hear about this page. Mihawk is still a sword. We still have that pathway. Anyways, God's Knights, that's right. They came here. Government officials. Oh, this is good. You're saying they did this to you? Huff, you got it. All your rampaging overseas must have made you some enemies. Was this supposed to be like the who needs friends when you got anemones? Is this like a Finding Nemo pun? Overseas must have made you some anemones. I don't know. I just watching too much Finding Nemo with my son. Anyways, don't be stupid. I'd already be king of the world if I'd gone far enough to cross paths with guys like that. Damn. World Government Knights? Hey. Damn, you know, like, this is crazy for Luffy because, like, Luffy, fought the world government, the Navy at Marineford, and Jinbei's whole spiel and, like, his whole dilemma was like, yo, I'm not strong enough. He saw the admirals and was like, that's peak of the world level type thing. And he just fought Kizaru, and then he fought the Gorosei, and like knowing the Gorosei exist / like seeing them, that's one can of worms to be like, oh damn, I guess the admirals weren't the top of the world. Now there's these goofy things, whatever. And then it's like, oh no, there's also knights. You don't know everything. And it's like, damn, where have these knights been? Like, I want to see more of like the One Piece characters react to like the existence of God Knights. Like, what is Robin's response to them? If Robin goes like, I knew about them my entire life. They've always been way scarier than CP9, but they're famously very lazy. So like, I was never like that scared of them. That'd be funny. Or like, oh, I heard they were myths in the Revolutionary Army. We've never quite seen them because they don't mobilize because they're super lazy. Like, I wanna hear someone who knows a little bit what they say about the God Knights. But that's interesting because Loki gives Shamrocks his and Gunko their flowers in terms of strength. If I'd cross If I'd gone far enough to cross paths with guys like that, I'd already be king of the world. It's pretty interesting. Which that is also telling, like Roger, Whitebeard, uh, Rocks, they all fought these guys on God Valley. I'd already be king of the world. You know, Roger became Pirate King, so they all fought these guys. Those are the closest. So that's an interesting line. Say that. Very interesting. Also interesting because it's like it's not like the God Knight stood in Roger's path for Laughtail, right? Which like you kind of assume it's like what Shiryu said. You kind of assume like, oh yeah, surely the world government would on gatekeep, but like the world government has not a. It doesn't feel like they have a clue technically of where. Maybe I don't know. It's a weird thing, but anyways, we got one. It's huge. Groggysauruses are super nutritious. Oh my god. Full of nutrients. God damn it. I took it down. It was incredible. You look like a head of broccoli sailing gloriously through the air. Okay. Like that slander. Did you collect the firewood? Yes. Yeah, it's right here. Good work out there. All right, it's ready. So good. The first serving wasn't meant for you. Oh, right. Eat up, Loki. And Luffy smacks him on the head with meat. It's too hot. Take it easy, Luffy-kun. You'll reopen his wounds. Okay, so this is actually a big moment. This is a moment where we find out if Loki is Sun God Nika. Okay? Because, I mean, we know he's not Sun God Nika, but, like, is he the Sun God? Because Sun God love meat, allegedly. So I've heard. In my 20 odd years on this planet and reading One Piece or watching or experiencing One Piece, I know a thing or two about the Sun God. And I know that meat is priority number one. Let's see. Moron. Are you trying to... Oh, he's a fraud. Loki is numero uno fraud. Not even Kid would deny the meat like that. Kid famously takes the meat, bro. It doesn't matter whose meat. Kaido's, Shanks, all the meat, bro. That's why they call them Kid D Riders. They add the D in there. Oh yeah, and that's what the D stands for. In the D clan. He does not like the meat. Okay, look at that. We figured it out. Loki is the false god. Moron, are you trying to kill me? No sun god would die to meat. You would know this if you're really Nika. Wow, you're better already. No, he's not. He looks terrible, Luffy. Chow down, you won't heal if you don't eat. Said from a true sun god. Okay, so he's taking in the meat. Doesn't look too happy about it. Gulp, maybe he's like trying to be vegetarian. We don't know, right? Oh, you know what? It's been so long since he's taken the meat. He needs to warm up a little bit, right? Because he's been chained to a tree. He's a certified tree hugger. Just in reverse. Just realized that. He's actually just a tree hugger. Sai would hate him then. Oh, yeah, Sai hates trees. So he hates Loki. The closest man to the tree. Damn. It's hard to swallow. How am I meant to keep like that? I didn't even... You sure? Okay, this is one of those things where you close your eyes and you listen to the stream and you're in a whole other... Your boss is listening in. Your parents will walk in at the wrong time, hear a dude saying, it's hard to swallow. How am I meant to take it lying down? Oh, it says eat. Okay. And then he starts coughing. Oh my god, dude. What is the anime gonna... The anime is about to do a Chainsaw Man type of animation here. You sure are pushy. Whoo! Oh no, he's choking. Pause. Pass me the soup. Hack. He's a spitter. Give me a second. Hot, hot, hot. This is a family-friendly stream. We're reading One Piece. For clarification, it's clearly boiling. See? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about boiling. We're talking about hot pot. Luffy's crazy, dude. Luffy's crazy. Stay away from me. That's crazy, bro. Is this not like a London war crime? Like, you guys don't have guns, so it's stabbing and pouring boiling water and acid. This is Luffy's certified Brit. That's what I found out today. Ah, splash. Now he's got even more burns. Gerd. Yeah, Gerd's name is kind of crazy too. Gerd is gestational something esophageal reflux disease. That is what that's the least of Loki's worries. Get him the hell away from me. Dude. This is like Trevor in the super chats. So gets teeth implant or whatever situation, and then gets stomach clot, whatever. I'm not trying to minimize what you went through, Trevor, but whatever you're going through is kind of on brand. You're literally Loki right now. Some random situation, and that name is Luffy, dude. Luffy is every doctor's worst nightmare. Oh god. Sanji may not be able to go within a perimeter of a school, but like Luffy, a perimeter around a hospital, that's certified 100%. Luffy Kun, my bad. I didn't mean to. That's crazy. You too, Gerdshan? Wait, what? You too? Wait, you too, Gerdshan? What did he do to piss off the Giants this much? I bet his promise to Luffy was just a trick. Look at them talking and bonding. That's crazy. Red hair's whereabouts? I'm afraid I wasn't lying about that. Is that so? You gonna spit it out then? The deal was that you'd free me. Oh, this is it. This is the tricks. This is the wait, but they did free him. The deal was you'd free me from like the leg ones. Okay, I was like, Luffy did free him from these chains first. You really want to see red hair that bad, huh? Well, I guess I can understand. That's what happens when you look up to a pirate in your youth. Ooh? Ooh? Okay. Ooh? That's what happens when you look up to a pirate in your youth. Who is he talking about? Is he talking about Hiredin? No, Hiredin in the flashback. Oh no, Hiredin. Okay, I mean, I actually, this doesn't mean that much, right? Because all the giants had the giant pirates, so thought he was like saying something specific, like about Hiredin. But then I was like, who would Hiredin? Hiredin's never mentioned anybody besides the giant pirates, so you know the feeling. What? Yeah, I do. Okay. Is this Luffy's teeth? Oh, his lip is over here. I couldn't tell by the shading. I'm like, what happened? Did Luffy lose his teeth in the meat? Does he need teeth implants? Also, did they skewer the meat instead of just leaving it on the bone? I just realized that. What would be the point? Why not just leave it on the bone? Huh, crazy. Interesting. Okay, you regret that you were just a kid, okay? Take me with you. What? I didn't come all this way to take in a brat like you. That's Loki. Don't make me repeat myself. Is this kid? What is this? Then I challenge you? What? Wait, this kind of does. I was memeing. Oh, this is an eyeball. Okay. You seriously pulled a blade on a kid? Shut it, Newgate? I was born in the wrong era? Wait, that's rocks, right? That's, yeah, the hair. Oh my god, I thought it was. I was me. Okay, clarifications. I was memeing when I said kid. I was just joking. Okay, rocks. And I challenge you. What? So you seriously pulled a blade on a kid. That's Whitebeard saying he should have been. That's interesting. Wait a second. So Loki looks up to rocks. I was born in the wrong era. Oh my god. Oh, wait, okay, we know. Okay, so this, because he's a kid, this is on Elbaf. Rocks came to Elbaf. We don't know why. He did have Whitebeard. Whitebeard had his mustache. Do we have a mustache timeline? Timeline's kind of interesting, right? Cause I mean we know this is before God Valley, right? Hmm. Is it? Hmm. This is kind of huge. And he whipped Loki. Loki, I mean, it's not like this is like this is like Luffy's like Colin, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. I was born in the wrong era. This is like Luffy, Shanks Luffy, Shanks Luffy. That's what they're obviously referring to, but I'm just because like Loki's a kid, Colin, giant kid. Hmm. 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 That's so I that's so not like it's not like random, like not shouldn't have expected it, but like this is one of those things I didn't expect it like here in this way in the like fit in. I guess what was what did I talk about? Oh, this line. I'd already be king of the world if I'd go. Oh, that has huge. Okay, this is. I was like, wait, why did we talk about God Valley earlier? Because it was in this chapter. And I was like, did I talk about something separately or was it related to the lines? I'd already be king of the world if I'd gone far enough to cross paths with guys like that. Saying that while knowing rocks is way different than just like, okay, so now we know what his okay, wow. Rocks, but like did they have like a relationship like that where like Rocks told him stories like Shanks told Luffy stories, or like Shanks's crew told Luffy stories? Because that's crazy. Because then that whoa, because then Loki has some of the stuff that like Rocks. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh, I have to put a pin in that. Wow. Okay, so like we now it's like everything that Loki has said and everything that Loki says in the future may tie something to Rocks, like either ambition, like we don't know what Rocks' ambition technically was. Holy moly, holy mackerel. Okay, that's interesting. His viewpoint of Shanks may be framed by his his adoration for rocks. What does he say exactly here? Hold on. He says, I guess I can understand that's what happens when you look up to a pirate in your youth. Mm, okay. Yeah, this is huge. That's massive. Okay. That we I can't even stop. I can't even stop on this. Okay, we have 30 minutes in. Oh, that's a lot to unpack. Luckily, I was born in the wrong area, and then I see Dory and Brogy. This isn't flashback, right? No. Okay. Okay, not flashback. So this is monsters. Okay. These Draugrs, Dr. Augurs, moved like trained warriors. Um, wow. The rocks thing is crazy. Oh, and it's break week too. Man, Oda's. That's a good one. Shout outs. That's a solid. This is solid. That's I like that. This might even, oh my god. Cause like their exchange Shanks is from God Valley. Like the layers. I really need to put a pin, because the amount that I could spin out on this is just ridiculous. Wow. Okay, hold on. I need a 11:45. Stay 11:45. Put rocks later. Okay. Bro, why? Hold on. Why is rock silhouetted still? Can we stop? why did rock? I didn't even like. Rock's got the emu treatment, bro. We just got a silhouette and an eyeball. And he fights with the blade. Okay. Crazy. Okay. No more rocks. Monsters. Gaba ba 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 ba. He didn't say that, but that's my reset. There's plenty of ghosts too. How childish. Round them up. Oh. Damn. Wait, the Loki guy. He's here. So he didn't die. Ah. He's back. Here, this is the Loki monster, right? Is that Loki? We were worried. That one super chat, they weren't wrong, but did get me inside very worried that we just no diffed the Loki monster. And here it is, front and center. Leave him to me. So Scopper shows no fear jumping at the Loki monster when the other giants go, "Wah! Is that Loki?" And he goes, "Shing! Yasan! Oh!" And then he jumps straight at I don't even know what this is. What am I? Is this his teeth? What am I? I don't know. Is this his legs? Like, where's this? Is he upside down? I'm confused. We'll just move on. Okay, let's see. Good thing these things are just how the kids imagined them. Fair. What's this liquid? Are they just pouring water on him? So they'd be tougher to beat if they were familiar with the real versions, huh? Oh, that's a nerf to Killingham's power. Though, like, you could flip it, right? The fear of the unknown is usually greater than the fear of what the reality is, right? Like, when you finally overcome your fear, you realize that your fear was, in a lot of times, like, not validated, not to invalidate people's fears, but, like, you know, you're more scared and you create your anxiety makes something much bigger than it really is, right? Anyways, that's the last thing we need. Just as I thought, there's more now. 3 of them. Voices that strange. Oh, he's talking about the Holy Knights. Okay. God Knights, whatever. Voices that strange can't be suppressed. I can hear them. Damn. Good thing Scobber didn't hit us with the. Good thing Scobber didn't hit us with the. I hear a maiden, the heart of a maiden, swooning over music, like some crazy line about Gunko, and then just like random strays and 2 old geezers with her. That'd be crazy. If Elbaf is no longer safe, the world really is ending. Damn. the prophecy, right? Something he knows about the Void Century. Elbaf was the last battalion. This why he came here, or was it really just serendipitous love with a giant cougar lady named Ripley? I mean, I don't blame him. Fate of the world. Cave diving. Fate of the world. Mountains. Mountain climbing. Use the water from the sea clouds. Oh, look at that. That's dope. That's dope. What is this? This looks like some Vegapunk. This looks like Dr. Robotnik. This looks like a capsule core space shuttle to Namek. This looks like Dr. Jiro or whatever. Is that going to work? The flames are massive. Thank goodness you firefighters are here. And that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Saul put the dog down. That's what I thought. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. What's it called? But you need to hurry. The kids are heading straight for the flames. And so he one-tapped Fenrir. Sai was boxing for this dog, dude. And he's a cat person too, which is wild. He was like, this dog is gonna show Saul hell, bro. You don't believe in it? And I was just like, nah, I think it's just easy. I think it's gonna be pretty simple, honestly. Yeah. We're using the highest water pressure the valve can handle. You gotta put it out. Y'all can do it. Put it out. I'm begging ya. Look, Gunko. Oh, okay. Look, Gunko, the kids are about to... Wait, they're right there? That's not even that far. Where the hell is Scopper? Oh, okay. So this is like a... Okay. Scopper's here. Still with, like, you know, fighting off monsters. And he came with them. Got it. And then the firefighting units came closer to the fire. Got it. Okay. Title of the chapter. Did I read the title? Hold on 1 second. It is. Did I read the title? What is the title of the chapter? The Blaze in Branch 8's Forest #2. Sure. Cool. Guess just I should have I don't know why I didn't read that. But now that I read it, I could have skipped it and it would that was... Thanks, Oda. Telling me where we at. Did the #2 matter? Is the #1 or #3 part of the 8th branch? Like, what is this? What is this? Okay. Okay, so the Gunko Sommers here. Look, Gunko, the kids are about to burn alive. Would that be enough to wake them up? Yes. Oh, yes. They'll wake up from the heat, screaming for their parents. Oh my God. Gunko. Whoa. Who are you? Then the flames will burn them down. Oh my God. Man, ain't that just see, these words coming from Sommers, coming from Gunko is a whole different... Scary, bro. What the hell? This is that moment where you like you watch a movie and it's about like human trafficking, and like you see the female like character in the human trafficking organization, and you're like, like maybe they're a little bit softer. You hope that like, oh, these kids seen hell and these dirt like nasty freaks, whatever. And then the women characters are even more brutal and scarier. And you're like, shit, why did I hold my hope out? You know, you just... and then this shit happens. They start like it almost sounds like if Gunko didn't have the bandage, she'd be drooling. She almost sounds like a cannibal, dude. Do we have cannibals in One Piece yet? Like, I think there's like the hyperbole regarding or not the hyperbole, the man eating Barto, but that was like because he roasted the guy on radio. He didn't eat him, I don't think, right? But yeah, ain't that just touching? Crazy. See, Cloud? Is that our boy Jinbei? Is something wrong, firefighters? It's not out yet. We're doing all we can. There we go. Fire. This is crazy because in Onigashima, even before he put out the fire, I was like, yo, he's running around like a firefighter. And Jinbei, since that moment, constantly put on firefighter duty. It ain't working. Kids, no. That's a crazy face. Ilva stepped in the fire. Current shoulder throw. This is crazy because this is what me and Sai were talking about. Like, can he use the sea clouds? And he can. And he can. That's our boy Jinbei, bro. Sea cloud current shoulder throw. Saul's looking, crying. Bro, put those tears to work. Cry on the fire. We don't have time for this, Saul. Your giant tears are probably like what, like 50 gallons of water, right? Like a giant's tear is probably enough to put out a building. Like if like, okay, I'm not gonna say that about, like, if a house down the block caught on fire, I'm not gonna laugh about that. Maybe my neighbors are watching too. But like, if a house caught on fire, surely Saul's tears would help. Yeah, like it's not nothing. It's more than my tears. That should do it. Did I make it in time? Over here, hop on. Right, that's our Jinbei. I'd be right there up with Nami, bro. Yeah, Jinbei, woo, we love you. Yeah, you gave me. All right, Brooke. All right, Brooke, simmer down. You gave me chills. Wait, where, Brooke? You can freeze the fire, right? Isn't it? Brooke, do something. Can't he sing the fire to like sleep? Surely Soul King can quell the flames of Elbaf, right? Oh my god. Wait, this perspective is crazy. Because what it looks like is that Jinbei could just like slaughter an entire giant village with one blat. Look, he's destroying the tree. People were saying the Adam tree. I remember Sai was like, bro, I cannot believe the amount of people in my comment section saying that the Adam tree's indestructible, invincible. Meanwhile, Jinbei just throws cloud water at it, and like, I guess some of it's like on fire, but like, surely he's actually breaking the tree, right? Like, this is crazy. Yo, the fact that the Giants are shooketh is crazy. Jinbei is a unit. We just haven't been able to dispatch him. That's how strong he is. Oda's like I'm gonna make Jinbei mad against who's who, and then from then on, he's done. He's just a firefighter. He's that guy who retired from fighting because he's too old, but you wish he doesn't enter the fight. The Giant's like, I just lost my job. Saul, Robin. The Blazing Branch 8's Forest number 2 has been extinguished. What? You just took out the entire flame? Alright, that's crazy. He just no-diffed like an Elbaf existential crisis. The children are alright. The kids just missed. The flame was too strong for their fire extinguishing unit, and they just need one fishman. They just need to be less racist, is what I'm hearing. They need more. I was gonna say they need more DEI, which is they got Doge cut. The kids just missed the flame, but they're still marching. Shoutouts. Wait, how did they not hit the kids? Damn, Jinbei's a sniper, dude. How did he not hit the kids? Cleared all of the fire. Meanwhile, Ilva was in the fire. Shoutouts. Jinbei's just that good. A close call. I always had faith. Good job, firefighters. Here's to the Guardians of Elbaf. No, it wasn't us. Glad the tykes are okay though. Damn, and he's wearing fishman's. He has a fishman tattoo or fishman clothing. Hearts out to that one fit. I mean, it's probably just a normal Sea King. Anyways, Robin, just now, wasn't that Jinbei? He must be near. Wait, they didn't know that it was Jinbei? Oh, they're with Saul. That's why. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That was so cool, Jinbei. So freaking cool. Good one, Jinbei. It was nothing. The guys at school may hate me, but I still consider them my friends. Well said, Colin. You're growing up to be a fine fellow. It'll be okay, Colin. We'll save them all. Yeah. Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's so scary. Oh my god. I just got jump scared by Gunko. Oh my god. Oh, he got jump scared too. Bro, that the way she's in this panel is freaky, bro. This is one of those reactions where you're just like, bah! And then you're like, oh shit, it was a girl. You know what I mean? Like, my bad. You shouldn't have come up on me. That's their fault, you know? Like, that's like the one time it's okay to hit if they do that to you, that's on them. You know what I mean? If Gunko showed up, you know, I may have a Sanji policy, but like, listen, you shouldn't have you shouldn't have scared me like that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shows up with did she show up like a ghost though? Like, did she like come in with bandages? Is that how it, or did she land? So, not all the children were in school. Oh my god, we have the line. Is she gonna say you're a naughty boy? Oh my god, if Gunko hits us with the you're such, if Gunko dude, the community will never, Gunko will be immortalized if she hits us with the, oh wait, when my mouse was auto scrolling, dude. I scrolled up. I didn't want to spoil it. My mouse was like, bro, we got it. We like, I want to know what Gunko says. Does she hit us with the, what a naughty boy? This, oh no, she says this one sure seems lively. Damn it, Gunko. Everyone's, if he, that would have been powerful. Powerful words. Huh? Who's that? Finally, a direct confrontation. Break next week, 11:45, and we are. Oh, did I do it? Over 50. What did I do the under? Oh, under 51 minutes. Okay, I shouldn't have done with my glasses. That's how you know I don't actually wear glasses. These are just blue light glasses. I did it. Let me just show this message. You move past rocks too fast. Oh, you're right. Dude, no, but to be fair, if I had said everything I wanted to say about rocks, we wouldn't, it would be an hour and 50 minutes. Impossible. Dude, Gunko gonna get wrecked, y'all crazy. Okay, see, the thing is, the Straw Hats who are here, I don't think are equipped. Oh, Brooke. Oh, no, the question is, are the Straw Hats equipped? No. The problem is, Gunko is equipped. Hmm. We're here for the 1 hour 50 minutes. If I ever had a 2 hour reading time, I think I think I'd need to see a neurologist. I think I'd need to get checked on that one. There's no see, like I got to 90 minutes, but like 2 hours for 18 pages, that might be clinical. That might be clinical, you know? Um, I'm not gonna say clinical what, but like maybe like not the same breed of what Elon has, but like closer to what Greta Thunberg has. Her name is pronounced as Gunko, but a short goon, not a long goon. Like, okay, so Gun? Gunko. Gunko? Not Gunko? Gun, goon, Gunko, but short. Gunko. Gunko. There we go. Gunko. She's good. I mean, she missed. This is like this is where Oda needed the like the clip farming community. He needed like in his editorial like on the resume of his editorial team, right? When they like nitpick on some of the lines, they needed on the resume like brain rot, clip farming, uh 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 um what would be the simp gooner farm. Like if she said, so not all the children were in school, this one seems like a naughty boy, instantly Gunko becomes immortalized. Immortalized. Nash is just Nash. In what regards? What are you talking about? It's unclear whose soul is used. Could be his dad's, but that'd just be implication, not that's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on, Fiso. I like how the first chat I see from Fiso is in regards to a direct agenda I have. What was being said around Nash, my boy Nash. If you guys don't know who Nash is, it's probably the most important character in this chapter. We got a name reveal. This is now 2 for 2. 2 for 2, might I say. I literally said last chapter, the monster that I want to see first was the Cloud. Now I was disappointed, but it got first. And if you guys have followed my channel, watched all my theory videos, you guys know this shield, this guy right here, is a main character that has spanned way too many videos than a sane, healthy human being should have had mentioned. Okay, didn't know his name. Now we know. Okay, he's here. Gunko, I'm not Gunko. Nash. Spoiler said that this was Mother Camelot's only. They were wrong. They were wrong. See, that's the combat that I've been fighting, bro. On my theory videos, they're like, but Par isn't just no. We analyze the next video. I had to analyze the difference. Did it make sense? All this stuff. It didn't make sense. It didn't. No, nada. And we know that it's not. Okay. Okay. Now, could it have been Big Mom's homie? It's not explicit. It's not explicit. We don't know. We don't even know. Like, is his dad alive? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. This is a good point, Scuba. Fun fact, the word Nash could represent something strong and unyielding, like an iron wall or shield. Let me finish chewing, and then I'm gonna alley-oop. I need some brain power. Okay. The alley-oop. The word Nash could represent something strong and unyielding like an iron wall or shield, just like my agenda. Nash out here like an iron wall defending the ParVision, where Mihawk is a sword. Nash is just another element, another factor, another supporter of the theory. He's literally, quite literally, a keystone. So it's awesome. Elizabeth got a Gotta cook, so I'll be. Oh, I thought you meant like the me, not the meme, like the slang, not the slang, the lingo. I thought you meant that kind of cook. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Unless homies gains actual souls that can live on even after death, the user Big Mom fruit. This would mean Big Mom has one of the most. Yeah, yeah. That whole situation is crazy. Is Pandora also alive? We don't know. We do not know. What are you talking about, Power? We're talking about Nash. The Goldberg, again, I know this character because I know about Goldberg not because of Goldberg. I know about Goldberg because of the Shield. We knew, I believe it's chapter 899, which I'll bring up right here, right at this moment, right now. We knew about this character from 899, which again I've referenced probably in 7 videos. And he was the first character revealed in this chapter besides the dinosaur. That should tell you how important my agenda is to Oda. Yo, look at that. Look at that. Spot on. Muscle memory. I don't even remember who Goldberg was. It was the Shield. I've been waiting for this reveal since chapter 899. Crazy. Um anyways. We have a bunch of super chats. We'll get to those. Some things, let me just get through the let me not make the same mistake as last time, which is leaving Sai hanging. I'll be in a room. Let me know when you hop in. Okay, there we go. Let me turn on my camera. There we go. All right, you guys let me know if Sai is here, let me know if Sai comes into the thing. I may not see it, and I may not believe it. Anyways, let me see. Let me just scroll through the chapter again. Bullet points. This one's interesting. Gunko being a big thing. We'll get to there when we get there. Oh, his brooch, his like pin is the sun, right? I guess like a button with like flower petals on the side. Could be a flower, could be a sun, just Goldberg things. Collects wood. Loki's a fraud. Oh, Loki fraud agenda. Make sure you spread that. Make sure you guys spread that. Sai is here. He's already here. No way. What? No, he's not. He's not here. Not yet, at least. Loki fraud. He can't take the meat. As he put it, it's hard to swallow. And then he's choked and spit. So that tells you all you need to know about where he is. When have I been a weekly? Since when have I been a weekly reader? However long this channel existed, probably 3 years now, since I was anime first. Though I did know like the manga, I just didn't read it like that. So weekly, yeah, like that. But interesting. Okay, and then they go to. I wasn't lying about that. Is that so? You're gonna spit it out. The deal was you'd free me from the chains. So he's still in the chains, and then they don't continue on this thing. This is interesting. This is an interesting pocket in dialogue, right? Like, because he implies that he will tell them once the chain, his leg chains are loosened, right? But that's an interesting thing. Is like, he's like down. Like, do they need to chain him? Is he still bluffing? Like, it's very interesting. And then he also kind of says it like, the deal was that you'd free me from these chains first. Is it like, this is one of those like genie shenanigans where it's like, the deal was you would free me, but like, let's say Gerd does it, then it's like, oh, you didn't free me, Gerd did, right? Like, does he do something like that and then he doesn't say it? Or does he say the deal was you'd free me from these chains first, and then does he run? Like, was it Zoro? Zoro says like, I bet his promise to Luffy was just a trick, and then that's where Loki, like, the red hair's whereabouts. I wasn't lying about that. It's interesting. Like now that he has Shamrocks, though, he could say that, but he doesn't technically know where Shamrocks is. But the fact that his whereabouts, like, does Loki know where he is or where he's going? Because we know that Shanks is headed somewhere, but we don't know where. So how does Loki? Why would Loki know? Did Shanks stop before leaving and tell Loki? Hmm. Because that's an interesting pocket. Like, does he know? If yes, will we find out? And also, if yes, how? How does he know? Is it Vivre card? Well, given that this chapter tells us that his idol, or not idol, but his role model is Rocks, that kind of tells us why there's probably a difference in opinion between like what a pirate means to Luffy and Loki, Shanks, Rocks. I'm assuming Shanks is not the same kind of pirate that Rocks is. We kind of understand that where Shanks never beat up Luffy in the same like like he never like did what Rocks did to Loki, but then also against Colin, Luffy didn't just whoop ass like he could have. He did pull out like hockey, right? Like gear 3. Or no, yeah, gear 3. Was it gear 3? Yeah, it was gear 3. Or is it no, wasn't the confusing like partial gear 4? Was that the Roto stuff? I forget all that stuff. But anyways, that does explain that part, right? Um hmm. And like if Oda's going with that parallel, that like Luffy Shanks, Loki Rocks, then the other angle is that Luffy goes Shanks never really talked about his family. We just kind of talked about like, pirate stuff, Like that's kind of what he said. And it makes you wonder if that part of the relationship also is paralleled. Because like it's set up to be like a parallel. I can understand. Well, I guess I can understand. That's what happens when you look up to a pirate in your youth, because a huge difference is like it's not a difference, but like to a certain extent, Luffy doesn't know Shanks. Like knowing his adventures, sure. Seeing him, whatever, not as a pirate on Dawn in Dawn Village is another thing. But like when Garp goes like, "Do you even know Red Hair?" The answer is no, right? Like he doesn't know his family, he doesn't know where he's from, doesn't know like etc. His crewmate on the Roger Pirates, like that kind of stuff, right? Like he doesn't know that kind of things. Does that mean you don't know somebody? Not really, but um if Luffy had that relationship with Shanks where he knows stories, respects him, that kind of thing, and Oda's paralleling Loki to Rocks, does he have even that level of a relationship to Rocks, or is it even more reduced in the sense that like we see kind of like is this Rocks' way of respecting Loki? I would like to think so, right? Like this is Rocks' method. I think there's a world where he likes Loki like Shanks likes Luffy, right? I feel like that makes sense on that front, right? How would Kaido be a doting father, beat up his kids, right? Like I feel like if Kaido learned it from anybody, it would be Rocks, right? Like if you were to frame like, oh, Kaido did like chained up Yamato to waken up Taki, all that stuff. That's just what Kaido thought being like a father figure meant. And if Kaido's perspective was Rocks, because that's what Rocks, I don't know, like sort of did to like Kaido and others, that could make sense. But the reason why it's interesting is because like earlier I was saying like, is the stuff that we get from Loki from now on slash in the past relevant to Rocks to frame our perspective? of Rocks? Like, do we get the truth out of him or more exaggerations? And that's where it's confusing. Like, would you get the truth about Shanks from Luffy regarding Shanks? Or would you get like exaggerated stories and adoration? Right? And I feel like we've kind of like Luffy does have that blinding bias for Shanks, right? Like when the guards are like, "Oh, it looked like Shanks." I feel like Luffy is just like, "No, he would never," right? Which is true, but what if he finds out about like Barto? He killed Barto. Something like no, killed, right? Like, hmm. I guess Film Red is an interesting perspective. And then how would that translate to Rock's Loki? Because that's so important. If what we get from Loki in the future tells us the truth about Rocks, then that's huge. If it gives more exaggerations, then that'll create more confusion, which is a hard thing to like balance at the moment. Anyways, that was a crazy rant. I mean, that's not even like a fraction of my thoughts around this stuff, but I just realized that like there's chat going on. Ghost Week's tick that's adapted into Viz might come from the name Nash because the ending of Nash's name is Shu, Nashu, and Goldberg ends most of his sentence with Shu. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't Loki have Future Sight? I mean, like, I'm sure he does, but like, I don't think if you're saying like he can see where Shanks. I'm assuming this is like you're saying he has future sight, so he knows where Shanks is because of that. Is that what the context? And I'm gonna get to the super chats. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Loki knows all moms and Shanks often do. The Stink Man. That's true. He does have the spies. Was Rock's a fraud? Weapon for kids? Seriously? Esteban out here stoking. I didn't even think about that. The whole okay, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that what that's what this shit. I didn't even think about the whole Rocks fraud. No. I'm involved in this one. Oh no. Oh no. I've distanced myself from the debates and all that stuff. I just have you guys may remember this. I posted a video saying that Rox was a buggy like character. And the main point of that video was saying that God Valley was not what everybody thought it was going to be. And this was posted like during Wano. And in like right after Cross Guild was revealed. And I stand by most, if not everything that was said. But the takeaway slash the headline that people ran with from my video was like because people hate Buggy and like Rocks. Oh no, being super weak. Okay, I just gotta ignore anytime someone brings. I'm not involving myself in this one because I oh my god, what does he say? You seriously pulled a blade on a kid. Shut it, Newgate. Oh, you know what's worse? Is that Loki's back? Is that because it looks like Loki's like he can't be face down, so he's like sort of on his side, but his legs are. Oh my god, that might be his back. It might be that Rock stabbed Loki from the from the back. beating up kids. Oh yikes! Rox is a coward. You started this. Oh, it's not a It's not a stupid. Wait, it's you are the problem side. Is Sai here? Hello? No, he's not here. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up with chat. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. We're just gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it. What if Killingham says, "Don't think of Kaido" to someone when they think of Kaido? He pulls out Kaido. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Did you notice that when they did the hot soup bit and Loki is supposed to make the eye popping gimmick, his blindfold doesn't pop out? My God, does he even have eyes? That's a good point. Loki told Newgate to shut up. I think he beat the fraud allegations. I'm listen, my focus is never that Rocks is a fraud. That was never I get where people were, but if the video, okay, I don't even say why. So I posted that video, and then I forget when, but for 2 weeks straight, I went on like 9 different podcasts, collabs, videos, whatever, and every single time the chat or whatever brought it up, and I explained it like 50 times, and I was like, I was like dying, and yeah, I still stand by that video. It's true. The video is true. It's real. The video's real. Rock's crew is like the Cross Guild. Okay. Buggy told Viper to shut up too. Is that your point? Um I need to I need to distance myself from this. I Esteban, I'm going to read your chat silently. I feel like you're cooking, but it might get me cooked. And like, not that I can't handle the heat, because I could be in the kitchen. It's just that I'm chilling right now, you know. I'm turning the thermostat down right now. Esteban, go check out the video. I don't know if it sounds like you haven't, may not have been in the thing. So he says, the more we learn about Rocks, the more I realize he might have been a buggy. Just go check out that video. It's there. I didn't. Does this chapter affect your Zebek is a fraud? No. What is this mocap? What the heck? What? No. Hold on. See, this is why. This is the problem. If I try not to address it, this is what happens to like. This is what happens to like scientists or politicians or whatever. I'm a listen. Don't misquote. Does this chapter affect your Zebek is a fraud theory part? No, I didn't. That's not me. I didn't do that. There's a foundation. I laid some foundation, and from that foundation, people jumped off. And whether I agree or not with the context, that's a whole different conversation. Okay, I wouldn't necessarily say a fraud. Okay, all right. Let's get that straight. Okay, we're not. Please, no, on the internet. If I see in the comments, oh, this is just like Par's Zebek is a fraud, I will report your comment. This is misinformation, bro. This is defamatory. We need to settle this in court type of shit. I'm joking, but like, this shit is libel. This is, you know what's crazy though? You know what's crazy? Because this would be the same thing with like my Godfather Shanks video. I came up with a dope ass title, Godfather Shanks. Me thinking my marketing is A1, top of the line, S tier. People are gonna be like, oh my god, Par's Godfather Shanks theory, epic. Post video, immediately after. So Par thinks Shanks is a groomer? He grooms children? Groom Father Shanks? And then from there on, it's spread like wildfire. Can you believe this One Piece theorist thinks that Shanks is a groomer? He's the groom father. and then that stuck like butter, bro, or glue. And then the irony is that technically, yeah, like God Knights, his father and brother are groomers. So it's like the words were all there. It was just like, it was like the genie wish. I wish Shanks is a groom father. And then it's like, so you want his father to be a groomer. Like it's like some stupid, silly shit. But like, it's close enough, bro. It's like my Mihawk is a sword. Makes a clone of Mihawk that is a sword. like that's an actual thing. I swear Oda is my genie, dude. I make a wish via video, and then Oda's like, how can I take the par agenda and twist it? I wish that Bogard returns after 17 years, right when I say it, and he does nothing like I say it, and then he does, and then he doesn't do anything, and then the next agenda is that Bogard's a fraud because he didn't do anything, but I said that he wouldn't do anything, which is another.
They call it the monkey paw, right? Something like that.
Oda, is that you?
Did you learn another monkey paw par?
What's monkey paw? Wait, I'm not. Wait, where's
that's essentially like it's an equivalent to like the genie's wish. Yeah, where like you try to get something from the monkey's paw and then it just slaps you instead.
What? What in the?
No, that's a real thing. People use that all the time.
Okay, but like which Himalayan mountain did this descend from?
Here, monkey's paw idiomatically refers to a situation where a wish or desire is granted, but with severe or often ironic and unfavorable consequences. The origin and the phrase comes from a short story, The Monkey's Paw by W.W. Jacobs, where a mummified monkey's paw grants wishes, but with terrible repercussions. So essentially a genie, yeah. The guy heard the story of the genie, and he said, fuck that, it's a monkey. You rub that lamp and a monkey comes on you.
You know, because like obviously the monkey's paw came first, right? Then the genie story?
I don't know, monkey paw or genie? Let me see.
I feel like, yeah, right? Like monkey's paw probably sounds... Genie in a lamp? Who's rubbing a lamp? Monkeys came before lamps.
Apparently... The concept of genies originated in ancient Middle Eastern myth and legends, whereas the monkey paw was published in 1902.
Oh, really? 1902 is kind of late.
So monkey paw was 1902, but I feel like the minute genies were a thing, they were already associated with scams, though.
No, okay, so careful, Sai.
No, dude, genies were made to be scammers. What are we talking about? You know about this?
I don't know.
Bread and butter, brother.
Okay, hold on. Sai is getting dangerously close. Dangerously close.
Dangerously close to what? Huh?
That's some
racism.
The genie is the best call in the call center.
I've never heard anything good about genie.
Put your credit card into the. What are your credit cards?
Okay, Par, have you ever heard a single good story about a genie, though? I haven't.
Dude.
Like when have you heard about a genie coming down into your life and being and that being a good thing? That's never been the case.
Okay, but to be fair, like the Indian scam call centers, genies are Middle Eastern Arabian Nights. It's different continents almost, you know. It's like separate regions of the world. They're not all associated with scamming. Like unless you told me
so
the genie
you're telling me like
went to Nigeria.
Scammers come from a certain place?
No, I'm not saying that genie scam. I'm just saying that your dangerously close scamming associative mention was not founded geographically. That's what I was saying.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. So I mean, genies aren't real.
Yeah. The Middle East isn't known for scamming. They're known for oil. That's what they're known for.
but they do have a foothold in the scamming game if they want to hop in. They can claim the genies if they want.
Have you seen the gas prices? Those are scams. Like, is that what you're getting?
Here's the thing. I mean, like, I wish I had a genie in my mythology, right? Like, I'm Laos primarily. And it's like, we're just known for like IEDs in the forest. Like we don't really have any like crazy mythologies. Like, whoa, your uncle might go to a forest and step on a World War II landmine. Like that's all we have. Like I wish we had genies. I wish we knew. We were associated with scammers. Like all we are is like a
Dude,
war-torn country that barely has computers
to
nowadays. Like, what are we
say
talking
your
about?
folklore is landmines is the most
Yeah.
absurd shit. The fucking
Yeah.
stop. Like,
Hey,
someone's
Uncle
someone
Bong
stop
ran out to the
this.
forest and lost his feet. Yeah, I mean that's just a
Like,
regular Tuesday.
no, you're onto something in the sense of like, if somehow landmines existed in like the medieval world, right? Not the medieval world, sorry, not the prehistoric, but like what do they call, is it the no, they were civilized, it's just like the like the ancient world, right? If landmines
The
somehow
world
existed back then,
before sewers.
then there would be like, you would tell your children scary boogeyman stories about like random like forest
Random
nymphs
explosions.
exploding. Yeah, that's, but because it happened in the modern world, it's just like, nah, like the US just left mines there and never deactivated them, so you just gotta be careful, you might just blow up. Like it's not...
I mean, that's what the people in Baki were afraid, or not Baki, Vinland Saga were afraid
Oh,
of.
God, wait, what do you mean?
Are you caught up with Vinland Saga?
I'm
To like
not.
some extent.
No, I mean, I'm caught with the anime, but
There's not exactly a spoiler, but like he gets to a land where there's a bunch of natives,
yeah.
and the minute they see Thorfinn, they have a flash, like they have like this weird epiphany where they shake his hand or something of the sort, and then they like flash forward to World War II, and they're like, like the natives of the land see Thorfinn, and then they're like, oh yeah, he wants to come here. Yeah, of course you can live here. And then they just like, and then they see all of the humanity's future. They see bombings, and they're like, oh my god, never mind.
That's crazy.
Get him out of here.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I was laughing when I saw
That's
that. I
not a
couldn't believe my
spoiler.
eyes.
That's a future sight, I guess. Like,
Yeah, shout outs to Vinland Saga, where some guy literally future sighted World War II.
That's wild.
And I'm not joking, by the way. That is actually like a real thing in Vinland Saga. You won't see that for a long time because the anime is so far behind, but
Yeah.
it's hilarious. Which, yeah, I don't know. Enough about that.
Someone said you have iShow speed now. That's a crazy mention. But yeah.
We're like the knockoff. Like, you could be iShow Speed, and then I could be like Super Idol.
Oh, I know who that is. And then started singing.
I've been watching a lot of like I've been watching a lot of the iShow Speed clips. They're so funny, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's living the life, bro. He's living the life.
Dude, the CCP fucking loves him. And I don't blame him, dude. If I was like Xi Jinping, I'd have a squad dedicated just to making sure iShow Speed has the best time in China.
Yeah,
he is
100%.
working wonders for like their reputation.
Yeah.
Like I've started to like the Chinese a little bit more because of like his streams.
Yeah. I mean, that's most
Chinese,
of America.
But like, I wish I had more Chinese in me now, Like, damn it, Mom. What are we doing?
iShow Speed is he's I appreciate his journey, his growing up as a part of life, and he did some growing up, and look at where he's at. Gotta let people breathe. And there was a time, there was a lot of time where people were like, "Yeah, iShow Speed, blah blah." I'm like, he's just a kid, bro. Let him.
He's not doing a lot of breathing over there, man. China has some bad air quality.
That's crazy.
My God, yeah, dude. What is he breathing in? The yellow clouds?
Yo, he comes back.
Holy hell!
He goes to a doctor's appointment. All the positive PR for China is he comes back with lung cancer. The doctor says, "Yeah, it's from your time in Beijing, like in Shanghai."
Speed, you spend too long in Beijing. You now have to go into the iron lung.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how'd you like the chapter? I forgot we're like here for One Piece. So what do you think about the chapter? Solid like 10 out of 10 or something?
Oh yeah, we this chapter this chapter's a little scary. I didn't realize the ramifications of it until just, I think you hopped in when
what do you mean you didn't realize the ramifications?
Because well, one, I wasn't expecting the rocks part, but it was funny because Loki had a line earlier. Was it? No, it wasn't Loki. Oh yeah, it was Loki. He was
It was
saying,
Loki. Yeah.
he was saying, I'd already be king of the world if I'd gone far enough to cross paths with guys like that. And that was a crazy line because it's like aware, but also like Luffy saying the world government knights. It's like it shows you the scope of the world and the truth of it, because Whitebeard, Roger, Rocks, they did fight the Holy Knights, and so like they were like king of the world level, right? And
Yeah.
so when he said that, I was like, oh, I was mentioned Rocks and etc. And I didn't like when the flashback came and then we saw Rocks. I was like, at first I thought I was joking, but like I was like, is this kid? Who is this guy? And then said Newgate. I was like, and then like the realization that Rocks is Loki's role model slash his Shanks to Luffy thing is so insane that like people have said it, like my stream went under my expected time, and it's because I put a hold. I was like, all right, like guys, I cannot express everything I have on the Rocks thing. We just gotta move on. But I already like I probably spent like 10 minutes on that single drop about Rocks, because that frames everything so different. When he said earlier, I'd already be king of the world. That's not like that's not just empty words. That's not like that's not somebody just saying I'm gonna be king of the pirates. No, that's now that he knows Rocks, and he's saying that like he looked up to him, and Rocks was apparently, according to Sengoku, wanted to be king of the world. That tells you Loki means something like concrete, and what that concrete thing is founded on Rocks. And now the question is, how much of Rocks did he know? Because, and that's where I was like kind of getting at before you came on, was like in reality, Luffy doesn't know that much about Shanks. A lot of it's romanticized, and he heard a lot about the crew. He didn't even know about Roger's stuff. He didn't know about who he was on the crew with. He didn't know like we don't know what kind of stories his crew told Luffy. All that we know is that it was enough to make him want to join him, and it wasn't the scary stuff, clearly, because he wasn't scared, and Shanks had to show him a taste of the real world of Pirate World via the chapter 1. And so we don't necessarily know what Loki knows about Rocks, though we can see that Rocks had a very different mentality than Shanks did, because he had a very hands-on method of teaching him. He became Higuma and Shanks all in one, apparently. I feel like Rocks likes Loki, but the question still goes back to Loki. How much did Loki know? Because depending on how much Loki knows of Rocks, that changes like kind of everything that Loki says in the past and going forward, everything he stands for, everything he's going to do. Same way Shanks changed Luffy in his entire worldview and his entire journey and his perspective and his endpoint and his powers and his desires, his straw hat. Like, what does Loki have anything from Rocks? Like, so many things. And so I was going off about that. Still didn't touch about like a quarter, no, like 75% of the ideas. And then someone hit me with, hey, Par, is Rocks a fraud? And then my brain cracked and fried, because I was like, fuck, I didn't even think about that part of this, the ramifications of Rocks showing up and like beating up on, or just presenting himself, period, doing anything. Now we have to reanalyze. And then someone said, hey, Par, how does this affect your Zebek is a fraud theory? And I'm like, that's not my theory. That's not
hey, Par, how does this affect your bread and butter? To be fair, even I was like, Par is gonna have a bad day, bro.
No, I mean, well, I think that they're onto something about the Zebek and questionable character, thing. Now, the problem though is I never said Zebek was a fraud. I said Zebek might be a Bucky like character, and the scope of it was that Buggy was a character that never reached any potential, because and this is before we found out the Buggy stuff, because then Buggy literally said he gave up his dreams like 20 years ago. But in that video, I said Buggy is a character that never reached his potential. So a Buggy-like character is kind of crazy, but in Cross Guild, he's still showing the thing. So like, imagine a cracked out Buggy that's Rocks, but people just hear, oh, Par is saying Rox is like Buggy, and then it's like Par hates Rox. Rox is a weakling and is a fraud. And I'm like, I never said that. I think that he could be strong. I just think that Buggy isn't living up to his potential right now because I think that Buggy's gonna be cracked. And then look what happened. We got it revealed that Buggy was like, yeah, I gave up on the One Piece and Pirate King 25 years ago. Imagine if Buggy was chasing his dream, he'd be Yonko already. That's what I was saying. Imagine a world where Buggy was living his best timeline from the start. He would be a Rox-like character. Maybe I should have said it like that. Maybe I should have said Buggy will become a Rox-like character. Then that could have avoided me like weeks and weeks of, hey, bringing me on a collab or a podcast or whatever and be like, hey, Par, so all like everybody's talking about your Zebek is a fraud theory. And I'm like, ah! And then you came in the thing, you came in the call, and then you were like monkey paws, and I'm like, fuck, what are we talking about? Okay, all right, cool. That's
the funniest thing. That you know,
oh wait, it's cutting out. It's cutting out.
They're like, oh my bad.
No wait, it's cutting out still. The heck? Ruh-roh. I think Sai's reconnecting. It might be rendering. Par, just let it go. No, what do you mean? There's nothing to let go. I stand by the video. It's just that most people didn't watch it. It's like reading an article and then getting mad about the article and but off of like a headline that I didn't even create. It's like, oh, you know what it's like? I got clip chimped. That would be the equivalent. I made an article and a headline, and then a third website made an article based off of my article with their own headline, and that's what people got mad about or like confused when my video said my video was correct about God Valley and about Buggy and hopefully about the rest of the Rock stuff and his crew. That now the current situation is, yeah, if people want to look at this thing, and we're waiting for Sai, I'm assuming there's some kind of thing he has to close out and reopen, but if people want to look at this and be like, is he truly strong? You seriously pulled a blade on a kid, and like, depending on how it's delivered in the line, and you know, Whitebeard is saying that, you know, that's a thing. That's a thing. That has nothing to do with my video. Okay. Now, would we look at Luffy in a positive light if Luffy just started banging up Colin, you know, just bloodied him up, left him breathless on the ground? Would we look back and be like, yeah, that's a respectable, strong character? Nah, his ass is like Bellamy, bro. Right? I feel like that would be our mentality with Luffy. We wouldn't be like, oh my god, Luffy, he's the top of the verse for beating up that kid. I love him for that. That's my champion of strength right there. Beat up kids. You go, Lil Rock. Will we do that? Would we do that? No, we wouldn't do that. Who the hell is Baby Plu 22? Is that a fake? Is that a Smurf? Like, is that an alt account? Right? Like, but anyway, it's like we wouldn't be putting Luffy on a pedestal of like, oh my god. You know what tells me Luffy is strong? After beating Kaido, after boxing with Doflamingo and Katakuri and whatever, Big Mom, XYZ, beating up Colin, bro. Son of Scopper. That tells me all I need to know about Luffy. You know, every single time I label how strong Luffy is, it's the list of kids he's almost murdered, right? And then let's go beyond the dialogue. Let's look at in the visuals. Let's look a little deeper. Where is the knife? Is the knife not in Loki's like back? It looks like Loki is on the ground, right? On the ground, arms like right here, right? That's his hand right next to his face, and he's trying to turn. So that knife is in his back. Let me ask you, would we look at Zorro? Would we look at Zorro if he I don't know, fought anybody and he just started shanking some kid in the back and been like, I'm the world's strongest swordsman, bitch. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to put out the B word there. My bad. That was on me. Family friendly stream. My bad. I'm just saying, like, you know, like Oda has literally said, like, kind of word for word, like Whitebeard was a man, didn't have any wounds on his back. But also, when Zorro was fighting Mihawk, he took it in the front. He didn't want to create shame there. He didn't want to have Mihawk cut him in the back. You know who stabbed who in the back? The
back. Sorry,
first
Bar.
and only person to, not only person, but like the first person to wound Zorro. Buggy. Buggy did stab Zorro in the back. That is a crazy.
Are you trying to justify your Rocks being weak theory?
No, I never said Rocks was weak. Wait, hold on, Sai. You can't just come back from your the phone calls breaking up.
No, sorry. No, it was like the 5 people in the Laos government that did it, like my IED conversation.
Wait, why wouldn't they like it? Isn't it like a landscape at this point?
Yeah, but it's a good way to clear up some of the poverty in the area.
That is a crazy. Did this guy just say that?
I wish I didn't say that. That's a little bit unhinged. My bad, y'all.
On my
hey, the last 10 seconds, forget about it, brother. That just slipped.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's like the first thing that came to my head. You know, I was boxed in by Par. I needed to like drop a joke.
Boxed in by me?
Wild. And I was coerced into saying that, man.
Coerced is crazy.
And I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you want the truth, everybody in Laos is impoverished. So I mean, open season, brother.
So I do want to get your visuals on this, right? You have different eyes than me. When it comes to the wound on Loki, see, I'm looking at the wound. And there's no, I'm pretty sure I said this. No, actually, no, I said this after like someone commented like,
what's up?
To like look at this situation, which is that Loki is face down. Like his face is like his stomach down on the ground, legs like, you know, side by side, and his hand is by his face. So his shoulders against parallel to the ground, which would mean that the stab wound is in his back.
Let me see. Let me like view that again.
You see his leg?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Rocks.
So Rocks is weak, like you predicted, and he simply stabbed Loki with a dirty move. Oh, poor Cook! Yeah, Rocks is a fucking coward. Woohoo! You got him, Bart. Cook that fraud. I'm just more like Pebbles.
I don't know what Sai is saying.
He did it, Bar.
I'm just saying that Buggy was debuted by the same move. The stab right here. Let me move Sai a little bit. The same. Again, my agenda was never that one was weak or one was strong. It was just that Buggy famously stabbed Zorro in the back in the exact same position.
So after the spoilers came out, I went and watched your Rocks theory. I'm not gonna. I went back. I rewatched the entire thing.
You did?
And I did. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I was driving and I was like, yeah, let's just throw on Par. Why not, dude? It's like Par's in the car with me. So I think you did yourself a big disservice by not explicitly saying that Rocks isn't weak, because you say he's a Buggy type character multiple times, and I'm like, we all know what that means. Like, I know what you mean now, but saying that Rocks is like Buggy, I think most people rightfully so, walk away from that line with a different interpretation than I think you meant.
Yeah, but Sai, in that video,
But you have to own up to it. You cannot put the genie back in the lamp, as you and your people like to say. You have to own up to it.
my people.
And you're
What do you
one
mean
of
by
the main
that?
reasons why people think Rox is a fraud.
No, okay, no, hold on. In that same video, though, you watched it. I did say I believe Buggy is a strong character. I know I said that at least twice. I probably had like
But
the 20.
strength is subjective.
And keep in mind, guys, I know where Sai's coming from. See, I make the videos. I don't know the Twitter, Reddit. I've never, like, Reddit isn't like, famously, Sai had to handhold me through Reddit and how it worked. Like, when we first started collabing, he's like, "Do you know about Reddit?" I said, like, not really. And he's like, "Oh, they talk about One Piece a lot there." And so we, like, one of our first calls was Sai's like teaching me how to search things and like search my name.
Teaching Grandpa how to use the internet.
Yeah, no. And so I don't know how, like, that stuff, and like a lot of my mods are like, "Probably got to post on Reddit." I was like, "Listen, if you want to post my things and even take the credit, just, like, just do it. I don't know anything about Reddit."
Steal his videos, steal his theories. Why not?
Yeah. No, I literally, I think it's in the mod chat still, but
That's fair.
but the thing is, the catalog. I'm pretty sure that video is in between me saying, like, Buggy is the next god. Buggy is the strong, like, literally, like, 4 Buggy videos where I'm like, Buggy's gonna be cracked.
We all know you're lying.
I literally, I was one of the people also that said that Buggy was gonna become one of the Yonkos at a time when people were like, "Nah, that's stupid. Doflamingo's gonna break out of jail with this big ass schlong and slap it across everyone's face." Like, that's what people were saying. "Oh, it's gonna be Doflamingo. Oh, it's gonna be Mihawk, whatever." And then, like,
nobody thought Doflamingo was gonna be an emperor.
No, whoa. They did.
No, nobody did. They're not real people.
Yeah, no, I remember that weekend. I remember it because I streamed.
Nobody thought that. You're
2 times a
ghosts,
week
brother.
at that time. I streamed
3
times.
Ghosts.
No, I streamed 3 times. I did chapter reactions, and then I did the watch parties, and then I would do a Sunday stream with the collab. And I remember before I started on Sunday, I did a quick, like, 10-minute thing about why I thought Buggy, and I posted on Shorts and TikTok or whatever. And that was a day that spoilers dropped on Sunday. And I was so happy that I posted that a day, like, early, and it was already confirmed on that Sunday that Buggy would have been a Yonko. And but that weekend was volatile. Everybody's like, anybody who thought that Buggy was gonna be Yonko was the R word. It was stupid. Was dumber than rocks, bro. Pun intended. And then Sunday came out, and all the copers came out, and we're like, "No, I thought it was Buggy too." And it's like, no, you didn't. Shut up. We have the thing. And then on TikTok, people deleted their VODs or videos or whatever. I remember it like the back of my hands. And
where does Dofi come in?
Dofi, because it was like the man marked by flames, bro. There was a list of people. There's a list of people. The same shit happened, bro. Everybody wanted it to be anybody but Buggy, and they put Boa. People put Boa there too. Who made sense? They were like, "Oh,
stock plummeted fast."
What happened?
I was going to say the Boa stocks plummeted fast for that.
That's what I'm saying. I remember that week. I remember many weekends. I remember many days. When my memory kicks in like that, and I pull out, like, the archives, you're like, "Oh, damn, Par's probably right on that one." But yeah, that Sai gaslight Par. Why do I look at this channel?
Hi, please gaslight Par.
What the fuck?
I love that.
I'm like on a rip, and then I look at the chat. Sai, what kind of fucking?
Yes, sir. I just received new directives.
Yeah. No, and like Sai, like, my response is like, for free, and even super chat the request of gaslighting me. Come on, that's like asking a girl streamer to show her toes, bro. Sai's not gonna perform free gaslight Par for free. That's crazy.
I mean, that's the glory of, like, a feet fetish, right? It doesn't break many TOS rules out there.
That's true. Um.
It's safe.
Anyways, yeah. So I had an existential crisis when I realized the ramifications of the scene and the dialogue because
It's not gonna go away anytime soon.
yeah.
I think this is your raid will fail moment.
No, but it's not because like the
It's
raid will fail wasn't
your raid will
misunderstood.
fail moment.
No, because Mord was like, yeah, I think the raid will fail, and I still like the Mord will sit here with a straight face and say to this day, yeah, the raid will fail. Like that's not me with this one. Uh,
You
my
know, Morge, I respect what he's doing where he like owns up to it. Because if it was me, I'd be like that Asian lady out of Avatar. I'd just be like, there is no war on Bossing Say. There was no raid. There was no theory. What are you talking about? Like, I'd be so fucking oblivious. I'd be like, what are you talking about? Raid will fail. Like, I didn't make that video.
speaking of agendas, one of the most famous agendas was confirmed many times up until this point, but I think it's as brain rotted as some of the combatants that I've had in various scopes. I'm not saying for the buggy thing because that one's a different scope. I get what you're saying that I have to own up to some of the perspectives that I
A
might
lot
have
of
been.
people are fighting in the comment section of the spoilers about the rocks being weak, and they're like, "Where'd you get that from?" And they're like, "I saw videos about it." I was like, "Ooh."
No,
And the first thing that popped in mind was like, "Oh, it's Par's video, man.
no.
Par's video."
I know I went on too many because I was saying the painful part wasn't even fighting my comment section. The painful part was the from other content creators when I came on all the claps. So what did you mean by that? Do you really think this? I'm like, no. Where did you hear? Did I get clip? I got clip chimped. That's literally what
You got
happened.
clipped by that One Piece talk. I typed in Rocks as a fraud. I think that One Piece talk and you popped up.
Oh no. Oh,
I was like, damn,
no.
bro, Par is cooked, dude.
They clip
You
chimped
type in
me.
Rocks as a fraud, Par pops
not
up.
the clip chimp. No, the thing is, like, that it wasn't pre-clip chimp era, but like it's such a weird concept to put with us. You know what I mean? Like we're not clip farming. You know, I'm not trying to get clip farmed like that. Um, but your agenda of the atom tree not being indestructible, impervious, as we see the tree gets almost obliterated by cloud water that Jinbei threw at it. If you look at the panel where the water lands, you see like trees, like debris being blown left and right. So like this atom tree ain't shit, bro. Like, and
yeah, it needs to go. Like I said, I think we're fighting ghosts at this point too, but like the atom tree isn't indestructible. The Thousand Sunny can be destroyed. I mean, it's obvious. It's been there for a long time. And the reason why I think nobody really has that opinion anymore is because everybody who thought that the atom wood was indestructible, by this point in time, I think they have killed themselves.
oh
and they're
my
no
God,
longer
son.
in this corporeal dimension.
Oh my God.
If you're one of those people who had that theory, I think you're just not alive anymore. I'm gonna be completely honest.
We don't sponsor. We're not sponsored. I don't know what we would be Please
We're
don't.
not sponsored by Big Rope here, but let me tell you, your fat ass neck might need it.
We're not
If you
sponsored by
believe the
Harbor
atom
Freight,
tree is
Home
indestructible.
Depot rope. Like what the hell, Sai? Oh my God, dude. Anyways, second part is: do we just fire the firefighters on Elbaf?
No, they tried.
Yeah, but like trying is one thing. They're like, we're full force, it's on maximum combat. And then Jinbei does one shoulder throw, takes out the entire fire that Loki started. And it's like,
I'm gonna be honest.
okay.
If you see Jinbei, here's a good like hypothetical. If you see Jinbei and you're a firefighter, and this fishman, small fishman, puny fishman, was able to put out the fires in a single shoulder throw, would you not join the slave trade, buy a fish girl, and have giant fish people babies just to have like one in Elbaf at all times, like a Wotan, right? A Wotan, just so that they could put out any fire that arises. Like the country specific firefighter, like they were bred just to put out fires. They've been around for thousands of years and they haven't done that yet.
I and it being their greatest weakness, right? Like
Yeah,
I think me and you, like most things in
it doesn't have
life,
to be a slave.
we arrived at the same place where we're both YouTubers, we're both talking about One Piece. Our lives that brought us here very different. And I think like that, your logic that went there also very different. I heard slave trade, I heard like
The reason I said
forced.
slave trade, by the way, is because obviously there's no love involved if you're wanting a kid for a specific purpose. So I was like,
I I I
that'd
went.
be a really awkward conversation. Like, imagine the wife finds out or the guy finds out, and they're like, "Wait, do you only love me so that we can have fishman babies?" And it's like,
Yes.
yeah. So we got to get around that one.
I would just find the one who already did it and just like, hey, keep going. I'd subsidize them, right? Like we just give them all
We only have one Wotan though in the
the
entire series.
legendary one though. It's legendary. So we gotta find them.
What's
It's
his
like
name
finding
again?
the.
Like Pan.
Yeah, I think we always talk about
His
them
name is
and
Pan
never bring up the name.
Fry.
Oh, in that move, the move that took it out was shown in this it's like a whole
No, that's not Pan's Fry.
it was a whole tribute to that character because Zoro and Sanji did that same move that took it out.
Oh, it's Big Pan.
Big Pan, yeah. The move that took out Big Pan, Zoro Sanji did the collab hit where Sanji kicks Zoro. That started off the chapter. Then later on, that exact character would be needed. And then I was thinking the same thing, except I was like, yeah, I think the Giants just need to be less racist. Like, this is what would have happened if Doge never did DEI cuts and they just had more fishmen there. Because apparently it just took one fishman to outflank and out. Like, he showed up
And
like
it was a small fishman too.
yeah, he showed up like a mythical creature. They're like, who did that? What was that? His own crewmates were like, was that our boy Jinbei? You know what I mean? Like they just needed what? Like, okay, Jinbei's the strongest. Okay, 3 of them.
Yeah.
Let's bring 3 fishmen. Let's steal them, like you said. Like, why not?
Yeah, like I feel like it might be unethical, but at the same time, like it will save Elbaf every single time though. Like it's like you said, Jinbei showed up in this chapter like a mythical creature. He kind of reminds me of like Nosferatu at the end of the SpongeBob episode where, everything gets explained, but who's flicking the lights? And it's Nosferatu hiding in the corner. That's Jinbei. Like just have Jinbei live in Elbaf. Like if you were Elbaf's president, would you not try to poach Jinbei from the Straw Hats? I think I would. I'd be like, hey, like we'll trade our Dory or Bragi, and you give us Jinbei.
I think if the firefighters are all women, the answer would be simple. Jinbei would just have grandchildren. Or not grandchildren. Sorry, not grandchildren. Just children. He'd start a family right now, right here.
Yeah, I think kind of like how Japan is giving tax breaks to foreign families that come in.
Exactly.
I think if you were the Elbaf president, you'd give a tax break to Jinbei so that he could have fishman babies here.
Yes, easily. He visa expedited.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Any fishman comes here, visa automatically approved.
Free housing.
Free. How exactly? Food covered. Damn. What else do we do? Healthcare to everything. We want Jinbeis. We need Jinbeis.
Yeah, we need more Jinbeis in the story. We need more Jinbeis in Elbaf.
Yeah, and
like,
canonically, according to Oda, Jinbei is Indian, so he's brown. Pew pew. I don't know why I did pew pew, but like me and Morge are.
What does it have to do with anything?
Oh, I don't know. That's just the one thing that me and Morge are aligned on. I think everything else me and Morge are diametrically opposed, which is ironic given like our titles. But like this is the one thing that we came to agreement on, and we fought for in the Reverie that Jinbei is Indian, according to Oda. So that's just the thing. Oda said it, not us.
There we go. Shout outs. Yeah. That explains why Jinbei is the way he is.
Yeah. I don't know if it. I don't know if it explains. I don't know if it explains the way it is, but
at least thing.
He's
a good guy.
Yeah, it's just I don't know what
I like
Oda.
Jinbei.
I feel like Oda's also the type to just throw a dart at sometimes, just like who is this character? All right, I guess he's a Samoan now. Like the Samoan part is really big now on Oda's dartboard. Anyways, this chapter. What were you gonna say?
Gunko.
Let's
Gunko arrives. Oh, you want to save that? Okay.
yeah. Let's save that, and
All right.
let's cherish some smaller details. The Loki monster did not get no diffed last chapter. Remember, we were like, oh my god, it is Loki, the monster.
I think it did get no diffed.
Oh, you think it came
I
back?
think not exactly came back. I think this is like a different one. Like I think kind of like how they said there's a Draugr army and how we see like multiple skeletons. I think there's just multiple Lokis. I think there's just an army of like multiplicative nightmares.
Okay, so if that's the case, that makes sense. I like that. Second, can you tell me? I have no idea what this is showing. When Scopper jumps off and goes, leave him to me, and he jumps off, and then there's like a shadow panel, and there's like crisscross applesauce. What is happening in that panel?
He cut the monster in half.
And the cut is jagged like that?
No, the cut's not jagged. The shadow creature was jagged. Let me like double check that real quick to make sure I'm not like fibbing.
I mean, I have no idea.
The creature was jagged.
Is that his legs?
No, it's that's he cut Loki in half, and if you look, the Loki monster has this crazy spiky beard. So when it splits like this, you're witnessing it from like a weird angle. So the jagged in the middle is his beard cut in half.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it. I had no idea. I don't think it's relevant. I was just confused. You know, like it's kind of weird to read something and you're just like, this is the equivalent of like there's a really big word in like a book and I'm like, hey, what does this word mean? That's what happened right here. What's this picture mean, Sai? Explain to me. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Sai.
I got you, dude.
There was something else. Loki is a fraud. I did start that agenda. How do you feel about?
Oh my god.
Loki is de facto fraud in this chapter.
No, I think he's a monster still.
Okay, now when I say Loki's a fraud, let me clarify. Let me
clarify. I don't think Loki's weak, but I think he's a character very much like Alvida. Is that what you're gonna say? The Par classic.
I don't like that.
I don't think Loki's an awfully designed character, but he just reminds me of Foxy.
I don't
come on. What, is that your next line?
I don't like the nasal part you put on Alvida there. I don't like that. It was a little too on the nose there. But
sorry, I don't like Alvida that much.
But no, Loki is a fraud because he claims to be the sun god. And I know the sun god. I've been following the sun god for many years now, 20 years. I think you as well. And the sun god that I know and loves meat, would never turn down meat. Hot, cold, doesn't matter. He would scarf down meat. He never turned down. It almost seems like Loki is like vegetarian or something with the way he's chewing. He's not grateful. He's not even recovering. The Nika I know, the sun god I know, eats meat, recovers. And meat doesn't need to be brought to no meat has a way of finding a thing. But what we hear and you almost need to close your eyes and hear these lines. Okay, so here just close your eyes and imagine. Okay,
go for it.
So here it is. Okay, where are we at?
You got this.
Hold on, it's right here. It's hard to swallow. How am I meant to take it lying down? You sure are pushy. Choking. Yeah, so he choked on the meat and couldn't take it down. That's not my Nika. My Nika would never be never like he didn't even swallow, he spit it. It's crazy.
Here's the thing, Par.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the Harley text does it say that Nika's a big eater.
Yeah, but like the Harley
so
text...
for all we know, Loki could be the true sun god Nika. Maybe the real sun god Nika, the original one, hated food. Because you know why? Because photosynthesis, brother. He's a perpetual motion system. He is the sun and he gets fed by the sun.
See, and the thing is, you actually went the route, but you flipped it on me before I even brought it, which is that like I was gonna say like Loki is certified like tree hugger. He is your most hated like op. You hate people who like trees, and then the reality is he's been hugging a tree backwards for the last 6 years. That's almost
And he was
crazier.
trying to destroy the tree.
No, but like in reality, like he's been hugging it though, and like the way he takes
Not
meat,
really.
like the way he's taking the meat, bro. He's friends with
So
animals.
Loki
We've
was
never.
chained up to the Yggdrasil tree for 6 years, and you equate that to Loki hugging the tree for 6 years.
I mean, what has he been
So
eating?
the people in prison right now, are they really in prison, or are they simply on a little staycation in a nice
Wait,
cell?
which prison?
Any prison.
Because Roto's prison
Guantanamo Bay.
staycation. You know what's funny about Roto's prison is that there's probably Cypher Pole agents slash Holy Knight agents in there, because they got taken, or the last communication was that Crow. So like they might be on vacation and be like, oh yes, we're away from Gunko or Gunko. Sorry,
I don't know, dude. If I was one of those world government agents, I want to get back home.
you wouldn't want to get back home, or you would. I
I
mean,
would
they're
want
getting
to.
fed because like back home they wouldn't. There's a starvation crisis, so maybe they made the right choice.
I don't know about that.
Really?
They've only been starving for like maybe a month.
They've only been starving for maybe a month. How
Yeah.
long can you starve for, Si? I was like, am I a
Not very
pussy ass
long.
bitch? Like, okay, I feel like I
But
need food.
but up until that point where they were starving, they lived a really good life.
How do you know?
I'm guessing, dude. I mean, any life where you get to spend time with Gunko is a good life.
You know what? I was there until she showed up like the boogeyman, which might be a good segue. She had me in the first half, but that second half, she scared me, dude. She scared me.
How? You
I,
scared of women?
just
Boo!
just the way, like, why is she doing that? I made Colin's face before he made it. That was
It
terrifying.
looks like she's got a bust out of Brooke move. Like maybe she's like one of his backup dancers, and that's like her,
True.
like a like blue shark moment.
Katy
Speaking
Perry
of sharks, have
reference.
you seen that like Italian brain rot shark? Tralaleo tralala.
No, no,
Okay,
no.
never mind then.
Yeah, please never mind. I'm not minding that at all. Um,
It's like a shark with like feet and red Nikes.
yeah, yeah, I'm okay, side. No more, please. I felt like a part of my brain died. Uh, there's like dead space now. Um, and to fill
You're
it
welcome.
with Gunko here is yeah, you're right, mate. Would you think that she's gonna bust out in song and dance? I didn't even think about that.
There's a chance. I think there's a chance that maybe she pretends that she doesn't see Brooke and just starts busting out his moves, hoping that he would notice.
Yeah, yeah. Like
I feel like this is One Piece. We're gonna get something a little bit goofy.
because the circumstance is very interesting, right? Because there was not really urgency, right? Because like they were just watching the kids go into the fire gets put out, and then like Somers was just laughing. But they haven't stopped the kids. The kids are still going, right? So like Gunko just shows up, and there wasn't really a reason to intervene at this moment. For like, is she mad at Jinbei for not? Going back. Is she cannibal?
How so?
Yes, they'll wake up from the heat, screaming for their parents in terror. Then the flames will burn them down to the bones. I don't know. It just sounds like she's salivating a little bit, right?
No,
No.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, that's just like a matter of fact, really.
Yeah, but like that's like if
Like that's what
Somers.
happens when you like cremate somebody.
Yeah, but like if you cremated your grandma and started saying like yeah, they're gonna, if they weren't at, how crazy it'd be if they weren't dead and they start screaming for their children in terror, then the flames will, you would, we would
It's
put
just
you.
a stating a fact, brother. Like if I woke up in a cremation machine, I'd be screaming too, like "Mom, Dad, save me!" Like I'd be pretty scared.
Yeah, but like, so do you think what is her? Okay, let's back this up then. Let's back this up then. What is? Can you voice act the tone in which Gunko, sorry, is saying this right here?
Voice act the tone.
Yeah, what's the tone?
Just normal, just regular conversation.
Like, is she just there's no emotion, or is there like anticipation, or is there like is she disgusted? Like, what's the tone here? Does she like it?
I think she's just indifferent.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Like
Hmm.
she's probably like a little bit indifferent, and then of course Sommers loves it though. I don't know if you saw Sommers, but that
Yeah.
guy has like the biggest smile going on.
Second question, and this is not memes. The thorns didn't wake them up. Why is the heat gonna wake them up? Like, if pain, is it fire, or is it like, I was a little confused on that a little bit. I was like, oh, so like they got stabbed full body, and we saw the damage did to like Wolf and Saul. That's not gonna wake them up, but the heat will. And I was not like, it's not confusing, like it makes sense that they would wake up, but like I was like, wait, so is there a difference between being burned slash, I mean, yes, there is a difference between being burned and stabbed, but like to them, for this power, is that significant to the power? Is fire like a weakness here? Like, it's kind of interesting considering they're still asleep too. Ilva did go into the thing. um I was just kind of curious about that. Like, did that mean anything to you? Or like inkling on
Yeah,
Killingham's
I thought
power?
that was weird too.
Mm.
I thought that was strange as well. But maybe they do this pretty often. And like the minute they hit the fire, Sommer or not Sommers, Killingham releases the sleep so that they can feel every inch of that fire on them. Maybe
Mm.
that's it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
hey, Killingham, make him wake up, make him wake up. I want to hear their screams. Like maybe that's it. And then Killingham's like, I got you, and then he snaps, and then all the kids start screaming in agony.
I think the reason why I was confused, not confused, but intrigued, was because Sommer's line. Would that be enough to wake him up? And I think it's because also he saw that his thorns weren't enough, and he doesn't seem to be aware. Like, they don't seem to be too aware of each other's powers. But like, he's just like, would that be enough to wake them up? So as if like there's a threshold. And it's like, damn, like, so like death is death the only way to wake them up without help? But then we also saw Sommers kind of wake himself up, which that was also interesting too. He's the character that we've seen Killingham use the power on. We don't know if Killingham allowed him
Well,
to wake up
I
Hockey, or
yeah.
yeah, it's interesting.
I was about to say, Killingham actually says you can wake up now to Sommers.
Yeah, but like, I know what you mean, but in that panel, it was like simultaneous. You know what I mean? We don't know what happened first or not. Summers woke up and said, "You can wake up now." Yeah, that was all in one panel, and so we don't know if like it was Hockey involved. If Killingham released it, it'd be crazy if Killingham could hit a Holy Knight level character with a sleep ray, and they couldn't voluntarily wake up on their own. That'd be wild. And then on the flip side, especially with like dream powers, it's always a thing where the dreamers can wake themselves up if they achieve a certain thing in their dream, or like lucid about amount of like cognitive
Cognition.
awareness. Like, one, that it is a dream. Two, like, I am powerful in my dream, or like this is my dream, I'm in control, like those kinds of tropes. But yeah, we don't know the parameters around the sleep power. So Sommer saying, would that be enough to wake them up, is like, damn. So it's like, is it just like on the outside? Is it just near death? And that's important because we talked about like Usopp. Can Usopp wake them up? And if Sommers is out here saying like, oh, like they need to be like experiencing like death flames to their bones to wake them up. That's the level, right? So then does Usopp need to like what does Usopp in the theory or hypothetical, how far would you have to go to wake up these kids, right? Because now that parameter is kind of like the Straw Hats and the Giants, they want to wake up the kids because the kids are not in control of their own body, partially because they're asleep. So in part of the rescue, it would be really helpful if they just woke them up. But if they can't, then that's a huge hurdle to saving them. And so if now the threshold to waking them up through a traditional route is like give them near death experience. Oh, Bonnie can hit them with a near death experience bullet.
Yeah, that'd be kind of traumatic for a kid, though, right?
I mean, dying and near death experience. Huh. That's actually Bonnie would be correct here.
Bonnie, why don't you just traumatize the kids and make them feel like they're about to fucking die?
As opposed to them actually dying and being kidnapped.
Well, they're not gonna die now, so it's like, maybe there's a workaround to this.
Not now, but this hurdle was like a sideshow for the Holians. They didn't cause the fire. They were just like, yo, it'd be fun? Slow roasting children. Let's watch it happen. And like, where did this fire come from? Who gives a shit? This is peak entertainment. I pay good money for this. Somers, this was free. We didn't pay any money for this. Well, I'm eating popcorn and sitting at this dinner table checking this out, and then it gets put out. And so that doesn't, not to say that they're not in harm's way, right? So they do have to figure out how to get the kids out. And I just realized Bonnie might be. Oh, and then Gunko's line too. Oh my God, Gunko. I gotta really fix that. Gunko. She missed being immortalized by the internet of like the peak dom of One Piece. All she needed to say, I don't know if your translation said this, and this is no slight on Fiso. I don't know if you're here, but me personally, this is where my bias would have came in. She could have said when she saw Colin, she could have said, so not all the children were in school. This one sure seems like a naughty boy. If she said the line naughty boy, it would have been over. Raps. Gunko would have been number one. Lively.
Yes and no. I feel like I don't like characters that try too hard to be dom. Like Sadie from Impel Down, how she's like got the whip, she's got like the dominatrix gear on. Like I feel like she tries too hard. It's kind of a turnoff.
Yeah, but I feel like
everybody likes a subtle dom mom, right?
I feel like naughty boy.
If you're too overt, it's like it's not as fun.
It's the same
like
thing.
Sadie's over here moaning every 2 seconds, and it's like, and it's
yeah,
like,
but that's not
get out of here. I wanted somebody to kill her, dude. Drop her ass in the lava and just be done with her, dude.
I don't think that's what Gunko would be.
People who have taste really love Domino. If you're a true gooner, you loved Domino from Impel Down, not Sadie.
Yeah, but Domino still whipped. You know what I mean? She still had the. So like that's what I'm saying with Gunko. She just needs that one line, the entry that like she's about that life. You know what I mean? And if she said the line naughty boy, that's the code. It's like the upside down pineapple for like swingers. You know, she said naughty boy, that's the door for all the, like, that's what I was saying. Like Oda's editors need to because like that would be the equivalent of clip farming, the clip chimping. You know what I mean? She would be clip chimped, clip farmed, community farming, whatever it's called nowadays. They need that line. Gunko would have been insane marketing, and she still is, but she could have went from A tier to S tier in that single dialogue box. Went from Nami being the most sold women's figurine to Gunko for the next month instantly, 100% guaranteed. Prophet saying, I know what you are. Yeah, I'm a guy who knows how to farm money, bro. Marketing. Look at my last Nami video and tell me I don't got the strat down, baby. Like, it's there. I know Japan. You got to see Japan's thumbnail game. I don't know if it's still like this, but 2 years ago, All I'm saying is that we studied Japanese, so like media. We know. We know. Shine knows better than me. Who knows about all the other websites too? Right, Shine?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you tell him, Sai. But turns out our not desire, that's a weird word to say here, but our prediction of like Gunko being the person that jump out in front and like confront these guys and being the first one kind of made sense. It was kind of easy, but like Sommers was cool, but you know, especially with that highlight of the Brooks song, it makes sense. What do you think we're gonna get from here though? And then we'll get to super chats.
I think we're going to get a nice fight. I think we will finally see how strong the God Knights are in comparison to the Straw Hats, which is really what I'm looking for. Like, we know that the God Knights are strong, but how strong, right?
Someone said that she gets cooked.
Ideally, I want her to cook them. I think for one of the final villain groups in the series, I think they need to be powerful. They need to be insane. I think it would work wonders if Gunko destroys them. And then, of course, like, you know, I always like to root for the bad guys because I think it feels great when we have a strong villain and we beat them later. There's no joy in beating a weakling, right? I think that's how it is. Like, for the final battle of One Piece, would you rather have Luffy go all out, you know, fighting Kaido, or, you know, Kaido's as an example, or would you rather, oh, he gets to the rooftop on Onigashima and he fights fucking Higuma and he one shots him? Like, I think everybody wants like a to the teeth and nail battle. And yeah, I hope Gunko is powerful because you know, this might be somebody's final fight, whether it's like Nami, Jinbei, like, you know, whoever Gunko ends up fighting at the very end, it will be like near the end of the story. And like, I'd rather them be strong.
Yeah.
Better stronger than weaker.
Feel,
that's always my rule of thumb.
I feel like Gunko cleans, but then I remember Jinbei's here. But the question mark mainly with Jinbei is this is
Jinbei's
not
the tough one.
This is not the environment for him to fight. Like, this is the work. He's on a ship in the sky, right?
The water, dude. Unless he like
jumps back.
Unless
down.
he says, "Hey, crew, spit."
Yeah.
Spit real quick. I need a water bend.
No, but good point. I was saying Saul's a useless piece of, not useless piece, but like, because like he was like crying and like, oh no, like, and everyone was relying on Jinbei, and I'm like, Saul, get in there. Your tears are like 50, like 500 metric gallon. I don't even know what the, like metric, cubic meters or whatever. Like, it's insane. Like a giant's tear, one single giant tear could put out a house fire in our world, right? Like, that's how big a tear would be. Surely if he just cried on the fire, it would have helped a lot, but he didn't. And it would have helped Jinbei too. Imagine tear bending. All of them should just be crying, and then Jinbei would have unlimited funds, right? But yeah, so Jinbei being in the sky on the ship, and like, he's not known for his mobility. I don't think it would be, I think it would make sense that like he is not, like, Gunko pulls a fast one on him. You know, Brooke is obviously the biggest wild card, considering her fanfare for Brooke, literally fanfare. She has his weakness playing in front and center, basically. Page front and center. And the question mark is like, how does Gunko deal with Brooke? Does it impair her or does it empower her? Like, what does that do? And someone said like the problem is Nami's here. I said this last time, like, I don't think Nami's a threat to Gunko because realistically, especially because Nami's not like like a, Nami is a like a cumulative fighter. Like, she fights and learns and then wins, right? Loki figured out her powers quickly. I'm sure Nami could also figure out the powers quickly, but then it's her coming up with a plan to beat them. And yes, Zeus has been the overpowering thing, but the problem with Zeus is that he has a projectile that, like, literally all Gunko has to do is put arrows in the sky to be like, lightning, go this way, and then it's done. And then Zeus would be like, huh? That's it. That's done. That's it. Boom. That's it. Like imagine that she's just trying to zap him, and then Gunko just reroutes it to them. That's it. What are they gonna do? They're literally cooked. If they can't withstand Zeus, then they're cooked. That's how it is. They don't have Azula on here to redirect lightning, but Gunko can redirect lightning. It's not even that crazy to think about. She's making kids sleepwalk. If she can't just redirect projectiles and I don't know how her power works, because then it's like, why does it stop?
I'm assuming I don't know if there's like a good example necessarily. So somebody had a really good one. I think there's a character. Somebody said there's a character in Soul Eater that does something similar.
Yeah.
But I'd like to imagine it's kind of like Pain from Naruto, like how he doesn't use it often, but like whenever he does the almighty push or just a push, he can sometimes like change like the direction where they go. Yeah, like that, right?
Yeah.
Also, there's like the demon from Demon Slayer that had like the balls and the arrows, like and they could like change the direction based on like where the arrows are going. Like, yeah, if Usopp tries to shoot a projectile at Gunko, I do think Gunko should be able to just have an arrow pointing in a different direction and it misses. If she can't do that, I think that'd be really weird, considering how well she's used her Devil Fruit so far.
Yeah.
Right? Like you talk about the sleepwalking, she strangled things. She also like, and in a weird way, she also like had it to where like it was choreographing where she would attack Loki. She created giant boots. She created a walkway, a bird. Like if she's not able to redirect things too, like come on.
Yeah.
I mean, she even had arrows spawning out of the ground, right? It almost looked like she was already awakened, which I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she is.
And Usopp being a sniper, like this is not Medusa, where he gets a W. Yes. It'd be very weird if he gets it'd be weird if he gets a hit on Gunko, unless she likes it, but we don't think that's how she rolls. Nami needs a little bit set up. Zeus easily counterable. Jinbei is a defensive tank fighter, top laner, so like I don't know if we'd see Jinbei. Gunko's more of like a mid lane mage, so like that has like combat stats and close range abilities. So like if Gunko really chose to get close to a top laner, that's just skill diff, bronze brain, king level battle IQ, and that, you know, yeah, like Sai said, that'd be disappointing. Brook is like her counter, but we don't know what that means. Is it a counter for Brook, or is it or does she get like empowered? And Khan's a baby, so like I don't see Khan adding anything to it. I can honestly see Colin being the problem here, where like he like tries to fight and he just like fumbles everything, and like the Straw Hats mess up because of Colin, and he's like, I'm the Colin Pirates, the captain of the Colin Pirates, and he tries to take lead and he fumbles. Like I could easily see that, and like that goes back to the whole conversation about him possibly being arrogant, a little bit too arrogant in his mindset, which is like would kind of reflect why Rock's beating up on Loki would be the proper lesson, rather than Shanks kind of like not giving that lesson to Luffy until Luffy met a Higuma, where Higuma gave him that lesson and then Shanks had to save him, and Shanks Luffy forced him to sacrifice a bunch of stuff, even though like obviously we know that Shanks didn't need to sacrifice it. He's just like, this kid won't understand if it comes out like damage free, so I have to like take damage so this stupid ass kid feels the weight of his decisions. And so he does that. Colin is in that pre-Higuma state right now, where he's like, let me at the Draugr, let me at these guys, I'm the captain of the Colin Pirates. He needs some whoop ass, bro. He just ran up on a Yonko, and Luffy's too nice and didn't like spank him a little bit, right? I'm sure Scopper would have been like, yo Luffy, one more round, beat my kid up a little bit. I can't do it, Ripley won't let me. It like CPS would be called, like, but you can do it, Luffy. You're a pirate. Like, you're still one. You can beat up my kid. I give you permission. We'll call it like scared straight or something like that, or scared rubber, something like that. That's a crazy scared rubber's not
beyond scared rubber.
Yeah,
that sounds like a yeah. You know what that sounds like.
It reminded me of the Tire movie, the French horror movie where the tire's just sentient and like kills everybody.
Yeah, it's literally just called Rubber. Good movie.
I never watched it, but I really liked all the clips that I watched where it slaughtered everybody. that was probably one of the best trailers. Like, told me everything I need to know about the movie. And it got me
It
excited.
was good for like the first 10 minutes, and then it just got repetitive.
Yeah, that's why I like the trailer. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Let's get to some of these super chats though. Let's see. Oh, and Twitch. Oh no, this is from before.
I do need to watch Rubber. You don't, brother. you don't have to watch it, man. Like we explained the whole movie right there. We kind of just spoiled you.
Oh,
the next 90 minutes.
The only part here, let me spoil the rest of it. This tire does it for a girl. It's for a love interest. He wants to protect a girl, and the girl's, I think, stupid and just constantly surrounding herself in threats. And the tire comes in and just slaughters everyone, and she misunderstands the tire. I think that's like part of the movie too. There's a girl in there. Yeah. And the tire, I don't think the girl understands that the tire's trying to save her. So technically, I think you could spin it as a superhero movie. This is actually just like a Marvel superhero. Yeah.
Yeah, it's somebody's superhero, that's for sure.
Yeah. We have Lodge with the $5 super chat says, haven't been able to catch a stream in a minute. Hyped to react to this week's peak with you. Appreciate you, Lodge.
Love you, Lodge.
We have to shout out Trevor again. Hope you recover soon. He's been in the hospital since Tuesday from some post-dentistry complications.
Internal bleeding sucks. Yeah, dude. Stay strong, man. Good luck waiting in hospitals.
Yeah. So just so you don't think I'm heartless, we talked about it earlier on the stream, so I read that.
Yeah, Par, whenever he hears about like a Make-A-Wish kid, he just breezes over it. Who cares?
No, I'm like John Cena. You can't see me.
John Cena's really nice when it comes to Make-A-Wish kids, though.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that makes sense.
I think John Cena's like one of the most requested people to go to like Make-A-Wish.
Would you request John Cena?
I'd probably request The Rock.
Makes sense. Do you think The Rock would be nice?
I think The Rock would be like cooler.
What'd you do with The Rock?
I'd probably just hang out, man. Like I'm a busy guy. Like I don't need like anything extravagant. I think just hanging out and just like shooting the shit and
fishing.
I don't know, drinking, fishing, playing a game, or watching TV. Like I'm really simple. Like I take joy in the nuances in life. I don't need like to go on this crazy fucking like roller coaster. Let's go to Dubai. I want some naked hookers in the room to suck sushi off of them. Like I don't need that. I'm simple. I just stay home. I hang out. And I'm happy. I'm really content.
Yeah.
I'm not like you, Par.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, famously. Sucking sushi. I don't even like sushi. You know that? That was like a nightmare from it wasn't even anything else you said. I was just like, but then you said seafood and sucking it. Oh, God. I started yakking. That's
I
crazy.
dude, I'm not gonna lie. I've eaten 12 pounds of crawfish in the past week. My cholesterol has shot through the roof. I feel like at any moment now, I could just... You guys, if I stop breathing, just know I'm having a heart attack, and please call 911.
I don't think you're supposed to say that on stream, guys. He's saying that for entertainment
don't call
purposes. He's saying that for entertainment purposes.
That is right. If I die, I pass away. Par's like Loki.
Yeah, we're not trying to get unintentionally swatted by an ambulance. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Baby Pluto with the Takashi, not spelled like Takashi 69, like
Takashi, more like the Japanese castle.
Is that what you're gonna say? Yeah, that's actually.
Yeah. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, became a member. I have a Japanese castle underneath my. We now have a home, guys. This is where the visionary pirates sleep. It's with Takashi. Thank you, Takashi, for joining the crew. We've been needing you. We've been waiting.
Thank you, Takashi.
You're the prophesized child. Baby Pluto with the $5 super chat says, the level of writing Oda just sprinkled in about Hyruden pursuing Ace's devil fruit for the lore between lightning Loki and him gaining the power of flame. Yeah, and like one would be the lightning and one would be flame, the weaknesses of Elbaf. Like, did either do either brothers care about Elbaf? Like, when you really think about, like, Hiruden has probably the best intentions for Elbaf, but yet he desired one of the weaknesses of Elbaf. The same, like, how is that any different than Loki? What would he? Wouldn't you want to be like? I guess there's no water Logia. He was on Dressrosa though. Surely he'd want Manchuri's power. He should have just ate Manchuri. The healing
I feel
liquid
like
fruit.
they would give you indigestion though.
No, but also that. Wait, what? Why? It would be like eating a speck of dust. Like,
Yeah, but like, what if they chew through your intestines? I mean, you see what eating like uncooked chicken and pork would do to you.
They're
Like,
not
imagine
a
eating
food-borne
a
disease.
tontada.
Calling the tontadas a tapeworm or a food-borne illness like salmonella is crazy. Sai hates the tontadas.
I wouldn't want to eat a tontada,
dude.
Like that just doesn't sound like a fun time.
Manchuri's actually cracked. Her ultimate, so Manchuri's power is just like Law's in that it has an ultimate ability that allows you to perfectly restore an object or building. So there was said that even though the factory was destroyed, if she wanted to and gave up lifespan, she could restore Dressrosa to its like original state. So imagine that for the Jewel Tree Atom. If Hiruden
like healing the tree.
Yeah, if he wanted to cure, like, save it from Loki, lightning thing, he would just need to cry.
Yeah, but nobody likes to cry that much, though.
Hiruden's a big crybaby. What are you talking about?
He hasn't actually cried. Okay, people call him a crybaby, but he doesn't actually sit there like boo-hoo, like weeping his eyes out.
Let me see this. Let me see this guy on the thing. Yo, when I went back to the panel, it looks like he's like insane eye bags from crying, like insane.
No, this is Harden slander. Like, you just don't like the guy. Everybody hates Harden. I don't even like Harden that much, but I feel like the only person who ever goes to bat for him. Everybody I know effing hates Harden. They slander this man to the moon and back. He's like the new Kid.
Wait, so
we
like,
lost Kid. We haven't seen Kid in years, and now people are like, you know what? We have Kid at home, and they just look at Harden now. I feel bad for the guy, man. Wait, he didn't do anything that bad.
Is Brago doesn't like Harden either?
Brago, he notoriously hates Harden.
But like, is it like the same thing that I do, or is it from a different angle?
It's kind of the same as you, but he also hates his fit. He also hates how weak he is. He knows that he thinks that Harden won't move the needle at all in the future. Like
you know why Brago hates Harden?
It's come to the point where I may be a celestial dragon, but I think you guys are the real celestial dragons.
No, that's crazy. You literally, no, that's crazy. But Brago, the reason why Brago hates Harden is because Brago famously, think about this, guys. Think hard about this. Brago's all of his favorite characters are the strong older brother archetype. He loves the strong older brother. That's why he likes Doflamingo, Katakuri. He likes the characters that stand on business no matter what, even if he's has to whoop the little sibling, put them in order. But like the respect that Katakuri has, think about the glaze he gives Katakuri. There's no slander. We had an entire stream about it, and when I started, I was like, "Wait a second, you just like older brothers." And then he just stayed quiet for the rest of the stream because I nailed it. And then yeah, he likes that. And Hiruden is the opposite of Katakuri, Doflamingo, Ace, Law, everything. He's
a bad older brother.
Yeah. He also likes, yeah. You ask him about. I'm pretty sure in the stream it transcended to every single fiction we talked about. So other anime, if you watch a series with Brago and there is a older brother in the series that's like kind of cool, that is Brago's favorite character, and it's
because he's an older brother. It's just it hits home.
Yeah, exactly, and he's very stern about it, and it makes sense.
Like everybody has something like that, right?
Yeah, it makes sense, and but yeah, that's why there's no Katakuri slander allowed, because Katakuri is the ultimate brother, period. And yeah, and like we're just waiting for him to come back in the series. Like when Brago saw Shanks little bro Katakuri, that wasn't that negative because it was Shanks, and like but like he was like, is your favorite character side by side Shanks? Oh, you like Kit? Like that, you know, that's the type of shit Brago would do. You know what I mean? So, you know, exactly. Point is, I respect Brago's game. I respect it. I understand it. I see it. What was the thing? Like I see, I understand. That's the meme. That's what I'm doing here with the Brago's thing. But yeah. Hiredin's path for the devil fruit for that being like what he needs to like overcome it. I feel like that's so silly. Like I don't like. Can you imagine a world where Hiredin gets the Mera no Mi, and then like Loki's freed, and Hiredin wins because he has the Mera no
No,
Mi?
Harden wouldn't win. I mean, Harden didn't. I'm sure Harden has hockey. Like, it's gonna be one of those things where you see the character again. They have hockey now. Like, I feel like he has it, but at the same time, like, will his mastery be enough to beat Loki? Because, like, you know, eating a fruit will make you stronger. But how much time has passed? Like maybe 2-3 months. Like, he wouldn't be able to master the Bear no Mi. He wouldn't be a master of hockey. Like Loki, from what we've heard of so far, should still be way stronger. But I will admit, like the Mera no Mi won't hurt though. Like I think it will push him like up there.
Yeah, yeah. It's like some fruits are just like insane. Like Ace doing the sun thing against Blackbeard, and just imagine being on.
No. Entei was one of the worst abilities Ace had.
Wait, hold on. I didn't get to finish. I was gonna say, imagine just being on an island, and like that's just coming at you. What do you do? This is not fair. And then like,
I mean, sure, okay. If you're like a regular person, a lot of abilities in the One Piece world aren't fair.
no, but like no. Okay, no. Like even if you're for most characters in the pre-time skip, so even post-time skip, even if you had hockey against that, that was Ace making a giant fireball, right? And that was his
Yeah.
ultimate move, whatever. But you gotta like think like for Hiredin, imagine how much bigger his would be, right? And it's like it's not like it's just making a giant fireball. It's not like he acts at, it's not like Ace awakened there. No, he just like pulled up a giant fire. It like that wouldn't be probably like a half the size of what Hiredin could do, and it's just a fireball. That's it. It's not that hard. Anybody with a brain cell could do that. And the reality is, if you threw that at a Zoro, I would even argue at Zoro like later when even with the Flame Rend, that's still not really fair.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. So you're just talking about like the size of the ball, which I mean, yeah, I agree. If you're going like straight size comparison, yeah, Harden's gonna be like way crazier. Like Ace's fireball is probably not even the size of Harden's testicle, but like the thing with Harden, like
We're gonna
yeah,
go
it's
back
big,
and look at the panel,
but
and
his opponent Loki would also be just as big too.
yeah. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's like I guess like for most people, Hiredin getting that is like, yeah, that's insane. Like if the Navy would not be able to land on an island safely if you just gave Hiredin had that. It's like, yeah, sure, I guess, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just funny. He just becomes a bigger target for anyone with hockey. Like, does Luffy just eat the fireball? It's pretty interesting.
I think he'd eat it. I mean, maybe there's like a way where Luffy can absorb it.
Yeah.
Now that he has Gear Fifth, like imagine Luffy when remember when Kaido used the Bolo breath on Luffy and he was in Gear Fourth and it was like, how'd you do that, Luffy? How'd you survive? And he said, oh, Konjo, it's my guts, willpower, and it was like pretty cool. Like nowadays, if you hit Luffy with fire, like who's to say he just can't like absorb it because he's the sun god?
Yeah, wait a second. Like, I don't know if Dax, I recently talked to Dax. I don't know if like his Afro theory has evolved to this point, but wouldn't it make sense if like Luffy just grabbed the sun out of the sky and wore it as an Afro? like a Tom and Jerry, like grabbing the moon, eating it, and like
He could. That's a far stretch though.
he just grab the sun like a cartoon thing and puts it on his head, and that's his afro. That would be like the ultimate Afro piece theory. I don't know if Dax. Let me know if Dax has said that, but that would kind of make sense. I feel like, um, but yeah. Let's see. Next super chat would be Alejandro Solis. $5 super chat says,
Alejandro, reoccurring name.
Yep, a lot of Alejandro.
I'm starting to see this guy in my dreams, in a good way. Thank you, Alejandro.
Damn, cameos from Alejandro. God Knights are going from easy mode to normal. Since Scopper cut Loki in half, Killingham is going to take the adult thoughts of the real monsters.
But we need the adults to go to sleep first, though. I think that's the issue with that. And we don't. I mean, since it's a devil fruit, like, count? Yeah, you'd have to knock up. I mean,
some of them are down.
Yeah, if you knock them unconscious, they dream, right? Like people in comas dream.
Yeah, not brain dead.
Yeah, they're not brain dead. I mean, like, with a giant, like their imaginations, though. Whew. What goes on up there? Am I right?
Yeah, I like how Scopper was the one who's just like, good thing these are dumb giants imagination. Like, he didn't say that, but like, you know, is it funny coming from Scopper?
These guys have no imagination at all. My God.
Good thing my son wasn't in the mix, because my bloodline dreams wouldn't be so silly.
Dude, it would be so funny if these nightmares had like name tags, like based on whose like imagination it comes from.
I need
like,
that.
Oh, look at Ylva. She's afraid of a basilisk.
Yeah,
and they just start making fun of the kids.
Reverse. I mean, that's so what what's her face? Ange wanted, like a reverse traumatic show and tell. Show and tell you what you're most frightened of, and then like, I'm surely that leads to bullying, right? Like that's a bully's best.
Yeah, but I mean, like a certain amount of bullying is not that bad, though.
Yeah, but like, you don't tell your bully your worst nightmare. like that's like telling the bully that's nightmare fuel, literally. I hope that my bullies don't know what I'm most afraid of. Like,
yeah, imagine like you're the kid that says you're afraid of Loki, and then everybody comes to school dressed up as Loki the next day. That'd be so funny.
Or like Loki wasn't like yeah, or like that's the type of shit where it's like the kids learn about Slender Man, and then they bring the kids like, we're gonna go Slender Man hunting, and then they just come back and they stab the kid like 79 times for some random bullshit reason, right? And it's like, I mean, they're 12 and these kids are like 20, but they're like giant 20, so like apparently that means they're like 7. But you know, so I don't know how where the courts ruled on all that stuff, but I don't think it's Slender Man's fault. I know that much. But yeah. God Knight's going from easy mode to normal mode. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that they've been going hard. And I do agree that Killingham is the fulcrum here, where it's like, if any of the characters flip the switch, Killingham switch is the most is the switch that, like, if I was playing a game against them and I was Killingham's the switch I don't want to switch, you know what I mean? Like, he's the lane I don't gank. That's if I were to put that. Like, we don't want him fed. Yeah. I don't want to die to him.
People don't like this, but you do not gank a losing lane. You just hope that laner just hangs back.
You also
hope they play it safe.
Don't gank like a hyper carry that has no that kills. Doesn't scale slowly. Like, this guy summoned him. This guy like did 5 MC powers all at once and just was eating dinner and goes, I could do this nonstop multiple times simultaneously, and I'm a dragon. Like, and I'm a mythical dragon. What are you gonna do? Right? Like, and he fell asleep like multiple times while saying that. Like, there's no amount of disrespect that Killingham has thrown our way or anybody's way honestly to himself. Like, this guy is insane. You do not gank his lane. The Straw Hats do not want to mobilize him. Scopper does not want to antagonize him. Like, the moment the Giants start saying like, man, these monsters suck ass, that's it. Killingham's gonna be like, what did they say? Like, he's gonna turn that shit up, bro, and we don't want that. Take him out first. Yeah, see, the problem is like like he's a dragon. Like, you may save him for last. Like, don't feed him. Collect as much information. You save him for last. You have to do like I see, I understand with killing him. You don't just run at nightmare fuel, literally get blindsided and then constantly feed him, right? Because then imagine that you start fearing killing him, and then he brings himself out in your fears, and then he becomes your nightmare fuel, and then it's just there you go, you know.
There's no winning.
There's no winning.
I think if you were to take out a God Knight, the best one would be Gunko here. Gunko, then Killingham, and then Sommer. Gunko, because that would stop the immediate threat of the kids going forward towards the fire and towards the ship. So it buys you a lot of time. And then you want to go after Killingham next to get rid of all the ads. And then you get rid of Sommers last.
Yeah, yeah. The problem with Sommers is that he seems like a tank defense, like the guy who stands in front,
like in the front line.
Yeah. Whereas Killingham's like a mage, like necromancer god.
Support.
He's
a great support character.
Yeah, that also has a Zoan regen, like insane. And he's awakened. Oh god, he's the night. He's Jesus. Like,
he is the knight.
Like, if Oda gives him he has sleep ray. He has an AoE crowd control. Oh no, what was the balance team thinking? They gave him Zoe. Oh my god, he's Zoe and like a soul all at once. He could put people to sleep. No, he's Aphelios, a soul, and Zoe all in one. Oh god. Oh jeez. But yeah, I think the overarching thing, Alejandro, though, is that the God Knights, the test starts with Gunko. If she cannot simply overcome this group, I will be very disappointed.
And I agree.
So could you elaborate like what she needs to do here? Like, not, I guess, like goals. Like, what is the result you expect out of this, I guess?
I think Brooke is gonna really play a factor in what happens here. I think because Brooke is present, we might just not even get a fight to begin with, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Okay.
I feel like that's the one piece, like, you know, breaking the fourth wall answer would be that Oda would see, like, Gunko would see Brooke and then be like, oh, my idol, and then the whole fight just kind of, you know, disbands.
Yeah.
But ideally, if we were to ignore the Brooke factor, what I would want is for Gunko to send all the Straw Hats scattered around. Like, maybe she sends an arrow like 5 different directions, the Straw Hats all get separated, and then she kidnaps Colin. I think that would be the ideal. Now, and maybe like in the process, like maybe Jinbei tries to stop her. She stops Jinbei's attack. She pushes him back, and then she's gone. I don't think she needs to beat the Straw Hats. She just needs to perform well and get out of there without being hurt.
This was JJK. Okay. How many Straw Hats are insta-killed?
If this was JJK, I mean, I think the killing of JJK is a little bit overstated, but if this was JJK, I feel like a lot of these characters would have very serious injuries.
Like, in this face-off, Usopp, he just like, we just see a floating head, like Nami's like heart's gone with an instant. Jinbei goes into he turns red into a flying rage. He's the only combatant left. Brooke is just hacks. He lives. Scared person always gets fried first on JJK. If it was JJK, they would jump Gunko on sight. That's true. There's that version of it too, where they just like don't talk. What is that? You know? Yeah, Colin would be. They would like the formation. They would all get into formation, protect Colin. Domain expansion to get him out of there. Run a smoke screen distraction decoy. Um, Usopp would probably be a much better fighter if he was a JJK character. I feel like, and surviving to this point at least. Like if you have Usopp's constitution as a character in JJK, he's one of the strongest characters because it's just like you can't survive that far with no powers without being a menace. He would be what was it, Toji? No, not Toji. Toji? Yeah, that's the name.
Yes,
Yeah,
Toji.
yeah. Oh my god. Could you imagine Usopp with like
Toji's out there.
Usopp with Shaggy like ability, like this, this insane plot armor, is Super Saiyan level. Oh god, that'd be crazy.
That'd be pretty cool. I mean, I just want Usopp to be crafty again.
Yeah.
I'm a simple guy.
Usopp
Usopp, bring back craftiness, bro.
Usopp would be the one writing JJK. Yeah, facts. Let's see. We got Paul Silva who subscribed and then immediately super chatted, $2 super chat, says, what will the matchups be? I'm not sure what matchups they're talking about here, but I'm assuming you're asking the Holy Knights versus Straw Hats. And
yeah,
we talked about it a little bit last week, but Sai, do you want to give an update on your perspective on that?
I don't think anything's really changed. I think all the matchups have stayed this. I mean, I don't want them to be 1v1s. So I'm totally cool with how it's going right now.
Yeah.
Where Gunko is seemingly going to fight like 5, right? Or sorry, 4. I include Colin there. But yeah, I like this. I think the Monster Trio will come in the end and then, of course, wipe the floor with some of these guys or at least put up a better fight. But I like the way things are going now. If you're talking about like the Killingham and Somber one because they're not fighting anybody, I would want Scopper to fight Sommers and then Killingham. Maybe. I don't think Killingham's gonna fight anybody for a while.
Yeah.
They
have to find him
I think. Yeah, they have to find him, and then of course, like, who could fight him, right? I was gonna say Robin and Chopper, but I feel like they're so focused on the kids with Saul that they're not gonna leave. Frankie's
Chopper
nowhere close by.
Did sense them, so
maybe he 1v2s. That'd be cool.
Yeah, he's the first person who has acknowledged their presence, right? So
yeah,
which is as far as Scopper goes, interesting segue, because I'm assuming the matchups, they're not limiting it to the Straw Hats, but as far as Scopper goes, he is demonstrating he is aware of them, but they're not aware of him.
True.
So that's an interesting thing. He's been hot on their tail to a certain extent. I think actually, I don't know if someone mentioned him, so we can bring him there later. No one mentioned him to significant. Yeah, no one mentioned him. So how about this? Let's talk about Scopper before we get back to the super chats. I think he had 2 interesting lines, which is one, him noticing them. And he's fighting the monsters, and it seems like they kind of need him a little bit, but like do you feel that if Scopper left the giant pirates right now, they would be able to handle the monsters, right? Do you feel that?
They'd be able to handle the monsters.
Yeah. And so...
yeah. Because Scopper just defeated one monster.
Pretty simply. And then explained how they're not that strong. It's more like they're just more of them. And he kind of had not the ominous, but like the red flag. That's the last thing we need. Yeah. It's like, stop it. We know what we're getting now. We're going to get stronger, realer versions somehow, which is why, the question of like the adult dreams, that makes sense. It's the question of how knocking them out. Like there are a few giants knocked out, and those giants, like they were like afraid of Draugrs. So imagine like real Draugrs. That would be kind of cracked. I don't know what a real Draugr even means, but Scopper goes, just as I thought, there's more now, 3 of them. Voices that strange can't be suppressed. I can hear them. And he has like a weird lack of urgency because like he walked to the castle, kind of like confirmed it, like it's implied, but like yeah, he like went there, saw the thing, reasonably he knows what he's dealing with, and then he just like leaves. The Straw Hats go down, Nami goes with Roto, and then we don't know where Scopper like particularly goes, and he just regroups with the giants to fight the monsters instead of like following the trail down to where Loki was. I guess they already left. And instead of going after the Holy Knights directly, he goes with the giants. And here, he's not like, I've been like looking for them. He's like, oh, they're there. And then he goes, if Elbaf is no longer safe, the world is really ending. And so that was the second line that was really interesting because he almost says it like that was a part of like the prophecy that they all saw at Laugh Tale. That like once Elbaf, like in all 3 worlds, Elbaf was like this, like again, the start of Ragnarok. Elbaf falls, Ragnarok, goes, starts, and the world ends or whatever. So that was an interesting line. Did you think anything of it, or like did that line relate to history?
I didn't really pay too much mind to that line, but I like what you cooked up. And I agree with it too. Maybe he heard that Elbaf will fall, or like when the Atom Tree goes down, that signals the start of the final war. Yeah. I like that.
It's an interesting line. And also like his like Oda, like his face is interesting there too. He actually looks concerned there. Oda showed us his like he's like, huh, I hear them over there, and then here he goes, if Elbaf's no longer safe, I guess the world really is ending. It's like, did he not believe it? Was it like, it's kind of an interesting thing. It's kind of like Rayleigh seeing the world sinking. It's like, oh shit, I guess I did pick the right profession. It's like maybe like it's kind of like that. Do you guys think Scopper is around the same level as Garp that fought Kuzan, or weaker? That's a tough one. This is a hard one. I feel like Scopper might be stronger, but we don't know how old he is, right? Is he this?
I mean, thankfully you guys didn't say Rayleigh, because Par is really biased towards Rayleigh. Like, oh my god.
No, I mean, now I think that Scopper's stronger than current Rayleigh. Like, because I think age, but also Rayleigh hasn't been doing anything, right? Whereas Scopper, like,
you said it on me.
Scopper, I think, is like active. I think Scopper is the question. I think for me, it's activeness. Like, who's the most active out of Garp and Scopper? And like, Garp has the career, but like, is he fighting giant level people? Scopper's like surrounded by giants, right? Like, they like.
I mean, yeah, but how often is he fighting the giants?
They like fighting for fun. They literally get drunk and fight. I feel like that's.
And then sometimes they're kind of like pansies, bro.
I feel like
where they're like, like we don't.
Yeah, if we were to like, this
they're trying to change. They're turning the leaf, right? Like the kids at the school, like they don't like violence anymore. Elbaf's trying to change.
Scopper's not like beating up kids. What if
Scopper's like, hey guys, let's fight? And then the giants are like, Scopper, like it's not World War II anymore, old man. Like this is the modern era.
Yeah,
just because you want a Pop-Tart, you can't just kill your neighbor.
No, but that's what the younger generation would say to the older generation. The older generation still talking about landmines they left in Vietnam, bro. They're talking the golden days and shit. Not everyone's golden days, but theirs. And like, the thing is, like, they're monsters. Their animals are monster, like the dinosaur, the Groggysaurus. I was like, is this dinosaur bigger than most dinosaurs? And they're like, this is big for Elbaf size. So that means that dinosaur is every island's Godzilla. And like, that is a casual, like his baseline is above the rest of the world. Elbaf as an environment is like starting on level 100 as your first level. You know what I mean? Like, you can't You know what I mean? Like Colin, even Colin as a character, Luffy pulled out like Gear 3 automatically. Even though he didn't want to really whoop his ass, he still did. So it's kind of like that's a kid. So Scopper, imagine Scopper at the like, even if Scopper had to um um parent his kid, he probably has to put hockey on his hand, right? Like Khan acts up a little bit. Scopper can't just like bare hand. He has to like put a little oomph in it, you know?
Yeah, he's really got to beat his ass.
Yeah, yeah. Scopper seems like 65. I feel like
I feel like Scopper is. Oh yeah, here's a good one. Let's guess his age par and see who gets to the closest number. I say 72.
How old is Garp?
We can't. We got to go right here, off the cusp. No asking. Nobody answer that Garp question. Nobody even knows it. But yeah,
nobody knows it. It's crazy. No, like Whitebeard was 79.
Based off of your knowledge, right? You have. I will give you 20 seconds.
Garp was 76, I believe.
2,
and so
3, 4, 5,
Scopper
6,
is 68.
7, 8, not 68. Okay. 68, I say 72. Let's see who's closer. The loser has to admit that they were wrong about the rocks is a fraud theory.
What? How is that relate?
My theory. I agree, but I mean,
how does that relate at all? No, Garp is 78. Yeah, that's what I thought. I said 78. So, but yeah, I think Scopper 68. I think okay, if Garp were to look at Scopper right now, if Garp and Scopper were to face off right now, I think Garp wouldn't want the smoke. But I don't think Scopper would want the fight either. I think Garp wouldn't want the smoke, meaning like he knows he would lose. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I think they would both like die though. Like, I think they'd send each other to like to the special
watery
Olympics.
grave.
Yeah, like that one. Whichever one we said. You said watery grave. I said. God, I remember
somebody commented on our last video. They were like why do people keep on underplaying these people? Like they're trying to argue that Garp and Scopper and Rayleigh are not, and even Whitebeard are not hindered by age because they're not that old yet. And they're like, guys, remember, people in One Piece can live up to 140. So by that, these guys are only middle aged. And I was like, brother, the characters themselves are the ones saying that they're old. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, sure, like we could say that, like, yeah, they're only halfway through their life, but I mean, argue that with all the characters that say they're fucking old at this point.
Yeah.
Don't look at me, dude. You know, don't shoot the messenger.
Looked at Blackbeard and was like, I'd lose that 1v1. I'm not at this age, brother.
And then Garp is over here like 78, where he's like, I don't throw this half as hard anymore. Yeah. And it's like, hey, yo, it's not me saying it, man.
Yeah. Like I think like Garp was basically on Hachinosu. He's just, like, I believe that Garp could have handled the thing. He need to pass on new generation, but I think like he would exert, like, if before it take 20%, if prime Garp, it would take 10% to 20% to handle the entire situation on Hachinosu. Now it takes him probably like 80% to 100%. And the 100%, like, you don't ever want to go to 80%, 100%. Nobody really pushes themselves to, like, Usain Bolt doesn't go to, he's not running from his life as if a cheetah a lion is about to maul his ass, right? Like, if you put a lion in the Olympics chasing Usain, I guarantee his ass is running faster than the world record, right? Like the Olympic record or whatever it is. Like, that's the difference. He's still pulling out like 60 probably percent because he's an athlete, but like, you know, and I think it actually just happened recently where there's like a sprinter from Jamaica who he's like a 400 meter, he set the world record, and Usain Bolt was like, what the hell, this guy's insane, because I think he ran like he ran the 400 meter with like a 10-second time per 100 every 100, which is like insane. Another Oda loves me, bro. Thoughts?
He doesn't.
Okay. See, last chapter, or no, 2 chapters ago, I said, you asked me, Par, which monster is your favorite and which one do you want to see first? I said, the Spider Cloud. What did we get first? Spider Cloud. Now, Oda, being the troll, was like, haha, I'm gonna give that one first. Out of all the monsters, name's Thunder. Sure. But I still got it first. Still saw that the next one. And you know, that was the prediction. I was like, I want to see this one. It's gonna happen first. And we did. Now, one of my biggest agendas in One Piece was looking forward, and I mentioned this so many times. I remember the chapter and I remember the character solely because of the thing he carried, and that was revealed. First character dialogue bubble, named character in this chapter, my boy Nash. Nashu. And here we go. And it, like, so many people were like, oh, Par, that's Mother Caramel, blah blah. And I just want to point out Fiso, and we're not gonna like super analyze this, I just want to acknowledge it, but Fiso was saying like technically it's not explicit that it's like a homie, because like it would be weird if it was his dad as a homie. That'd be like, you just clash and then your dad gets put into the shield, and he's like, in the middle of my dad and Big Mom clashing, my shield came to life and my dad died. Like I don't know. Surprise. But the homies like have memories. It's not like, unless like she does like the contract to make them forget shit. You know, like, so we don't necessarily know what happened, but yes.
Yeah, but apparently his dad just freaking clashed with Big Mom.
Goldberg, big boy girl Goldberg, his dad is Yonko level.
Yeah, like it's not even a joke. Like, well, I don't know, like clash is also pretty subjective. Like, Par, I'd say what we're having right now is a clash of intellect, where you think that Rox is a fraud and I think that he's this machismo top tier character.
You piece of shit.
I think we clash. So maybe like by clashing, they meant like, oh, they played a game of chess or Go. They played Mahjong and they clashed in that game. Like, for all we know, clashing could just be, or like well, I think it was like more equal. But like, you know, Kaido and Gekko Moria back in his prime, like that was a clash. You know, Luffy clashed. I mean, clashing doesn't even have to be an equal bout. Like, you could say Luffy clashed with Alvida, and that's technically true. Like, clash just means you went head to head. I feel like only recently people have kind of commandeered the phrase to mean, or the word to more being like, oh, like they're equal in power and they're just like like a beam clash out of fucking Dragon Ball. But yeah, like there is a chance that you're right, Par. Goldberg's dad probably beat Big Mom in the past.
See, when you said, Par, what we're doing right now is a clash, and then opened and closed the way you did, the clash that I'm envisioning is you just throwing Dookie at me, and I'm fending for myself, bro. You're just shit slinging at me.
What do you mean?
The Vegas have gone. Oh, and you believe that Goldberg's dad beat the brakes off of Big Mom? Like, I didn't say that at all. I literally said, what? Yeah, his dad might be Yonkolo because he clashed, and you're like, so he's a woman beater. Like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, I did not say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth, Par. That's crazy, dude.
There's only one way to fight fire. It's to throw the shit back at you, bro. And what do you? I'm just gonna let the shit stay on my blind? No, I'm throwing that shit back. I'm putting the big boy gloves on. Take some of your own shit, bro. That's crazy. But Goldberg having legendary lineage. The thing is, like, it kind of does make sense because Big Mom was like afraid of the giants. Like, she wanted to marry it. Like, the big question was, Big Mom wanted giant kids, and she could have done the way she did it with all the other races, so kidnap them, procreate. But with the giants, she needed to marry in using her daughter, and it failed. And Big Mom hates failures and hates waiting, has no patience. You'd think that she would be like, I want giants now. Caesar was supposed to bring it, failed. She waited for him. She made a lab, gave him money, unlimited money, and and still waited instead of doing what you think Big Mom would be capable of, which is land on Elbaf and take it for himself. And now we also know that Shanks had only really claimed the thing possibly like 6 years ago, right? Like maybe beforehand, but then like would Shanks let like Loki go for longer than that? Well, they met on the sea or whatever. So point is that Big Mom before Shanks got there easily could have just waltzed in, stole a giant, procreated, got a giant kid, but
it's like the Jinbei theory.
with oh yeah, a little bit, but like in reverse, I guess, because the giants. Yeah. Because now we know that Goldberg's dad was the biggest cockblock gatekeep, said not the Elbathians for you, Big Mom, and he was one of the defenders, most likely. He defended Big Mom from kidnapping adults, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Once you go giant, you can't go Tentada is crazy. That's a crazy.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I wonder if Gear 5th can rubberize fire like it does. Yeah, he's immune to it.
He can't. I mean, I say he can as if it's like a matter of fact, but I mean, I'm sure he can.
Yeah, he's immune to it at least. Like, so
yeah, if he can rubberize lightning and grab it and rubberize the ground, I'd be distraught if he couldn't rubberize fire, which is like his namesake, right?
Yeah, lightning might be somewhat unique because he's already immune to it. Yeah. But yeah, it's a Big Mom is interesting in that regard, and like Goldberg's dad, and like what Goldberg's dad probably died. Imagine we find out he was one of the guards that Loki like slaughtered in droves.
What if he's still alive? Like what if the whole Goldberg gag is that he keeps on acting like his dad is dead? Like he talks about him post-mortem, like, oh, like, you know, my dad was so great, or my dad passed down this shield to me. And then the gag is that his dad's alive and he's like, hey, son, I'm home.
Yeah. And and then to complete it, he looks at the shield. Dad, is that you? And his dad's just like in the background talking.
How would you feel if your son did that to you? Like your son just pretends like you're dead. Because I remember, like, when I was a kid, I had so one of my friends growing up.
Flashback transition.
No. One of my friends as a kid growing up, his mom died. And I wanted to relate to him, so I told him that my mom was dead too. But she's not. So I just lied to I never saw him again. His name's Isaac, but yeah. I was about to say rest in peace, Isaac's mom, but I mean, she's been gone for a while now.
How old?
She's resting in a coma, dude.
No more. How old? How old are you?
I was like maybe 10. So we're talking about like maybe 2 decades now, man.
Where was your mom in this story? Where was she at home? Did she pick you up from the play? Who's that?
No, I mean, thankfully Isaac is he never laid eyes on my mom, so the illusion is still there. Isaac, just know that I was looking out for you. I wanted to be friends with you, brother, and we were good friends. Damn it!
Oh God, Sai, who's that lady who always been? Oh, that's my sister.
My sister.
Oh God. That's crazy. That was a good one. Thanks, Sai. That was also a phenomenal transition into a flashback, like A1 tier to like. I don't even know how you did it. That was Sai. You need to write stories, bro.
Yeah. On it. Aye, Captain.
Zamdi Al with the $5 super chat says, it seems Whitebeard was Rox's first mate. What do you think? Sai, I'll leave it to you.
Sure. You know, not to like push it off, but like I say sure because like we don't know. Like he very well could be, but like I'm trying to think. The reasoning for that I think makes sense. Whitebeard coming off of Rox's crew, in my opinion, is the strongest. Like the Rox Pirates disband. Kaido, I think, is the toughest one out of them. Obviously, the world's strongest man as well. He's shown in this chapter right alongside Rox. The only Rox pirate is too. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. I think the only reason I hesitate to say that is because we don't know like the order he joined him in, which sounds a little bit odd. Because just because you join first doesn't mean you're going to be the first mate. You can easily be replaced. But in One Piece, that has never really been the case. Like Roger, the first person he recruited was Rayleigh.
Mm-hmm.
Luffy first recruited Zoro. We kind of get the notion as well that not the notion, but like obviously Doflamingo's commanders are the people who groomed him as a kid.
Let me ask
what
you a
other right
question,
hands do we have?
Sai.
Kaido and King. That's another one. King's his right hand. That was like his first mate.
Let me ask you a question then, Sai.
I'm out of here. See you later.
I like seeing you go through the examples.
It's because I know where I failed in this questioning and then this answer, so I don't want to proceed any further.
So let me ask the chat then, because this is the same question I had when a certain agenda was born. Not my fault. Who is Buggy's first command? So you don't have to plead the fifth. Don't. I don't want to see you go down this path. I'm just saying, was it the first person?
First commander was Zoro.
In the concept art when he was Boogie the clown.
In the concept art, Zoro was Buggy's top commander, apparently.
Yeah, and so Zoro's not there. We get the actual One Piece story where he's Buggy the clown.
He poached him.
And he rises to the ranks of Cross Guild. And I don't think many people would seriously look me in the eye and tell me that Monji, or what's his name?
His name is Beastmaster Moji.
Yeah, Beastmaster Moji, or Kabaji.
That's Spiral Kabaji.
Kabaji, yeah, are seriously the first mates in Buggy's operations at the moment. There is a group / two other very prominent characters that get foiled by two other characters that predate them.
So Narukami, so what you're saying is Zebeka's just like Buggy? you can't avoid it.
I'm only here asking questions. You guys,
they are the goats.
Answering stuff. Yeah, I agree, they're the goats, but like, Kaido and Big Mom are goats too in the Rocks crew. I wouldn't say that they're the first mate. Zamdl seems to, I don't know where he's coming from, but he seems to believe that Whitebeard's was Rox's first mate. And we don't know when Whitebeard joined. We don't. And it probably, we know that Whitebeard was on different crews beforehand, just like certain other groups in Buggy's current operation who are part of other pirate crews and made a name for themselves and then joined and now are in the position of the first and second right hand, left hand that the world and the organization currently look up at Buggy and see on his right and left two characters that didn't join first. I wonder what precedent Oda's setting there. You guys tell me. I'm not. This is just it. All I'm saying is that peak Kabaji greater than peak Mihawk, and Moji greater than peak. Okay, see, the homie Seal. When you go out into the internet world, and you say that agenda, don't necessarily say that you're one of my main mods. You don't have to say that part, okay? We gotta separate that. Par's a doo-doo launcher? That was a random... That was not the comment I was expecting to read. Oh god.
Where'd that come from?
I think it's because we were talking about shit slinging, but like we got past that part.
Do you think he's like delayed?
No, I don't think he's okay. Saying one of my viewers is delayed is a rude side. He's not a giant.
First
okay?
up, I meant like he is
I know
behind the stream. But Par, the obvious genie in the room over here monkey pawing us. Yeah, Par the genie over here. Oh, so you're saying he's retarded? It's like, whoa, Par, that's
I didn't say it. My mouth is full. You said, and first of all, the Giants' size agenda that the Giants are all R word is crazy. It's gonna go from Psy is racist to Psy says Giants are.
And that would double down.
That's a Reddit. That's a Reddit headline. That's one of those CBR articles. Content.
I own up to it, dude. I mean, I'm down with it, dude.
Otis seems to corroborate popular theorists' idea that Giants are. That's a CBR.
Author Ichiro Oda actually confirms that Giants are indeed
God.
among the dumbest race in One Piece.
Oh my God, dude. We're getting canceled. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. The president. I mean, the shadow president.
Who's actually? Do you think somebody's actually going to come out and defend the Giants? I mean, I guess you never know with Twitter nowadays. I mean, people are shoot, brother,
dude. Oh God. Yeah, I completely forgot who would be the canceling people, but it'd be like the Yamato side of stuff, right? Like the crazy, or no, ZKK. ZKK might come after me, trying to find any way. Anyway, oh no, not after me, after you. I didn't say it. I was drinking water.
Yeah, but they're gonna say you're platforming me and you're enabling the conversation.
Oh,
nobody's victimless are.
I guess I got to go to Truth Social.
It's like it's like the show Good Place. It's like, oh, you do things to go to heaven, and you rack up points throughout your life. But it's like, oh, like you bought this homeless person flowers and you gave them water, but that water was sourced from a chemical factory, and the owner of that chemical factory has been sexually harassing workers. So you're going to fucking hell now, buddy.
Wait, is that how the show works?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
It's like everything is so convoluted. It's like, oh, like you're doing you're going to build a home in Africa, but that home you don't understand it. But that land is forbidden land. That's a millennia ago. Somebody had a promise on that land not to build any houses, and you broke it unknowingly. And also, the materials you used to build that house, it was from cheap labor, and now you're going to hell.
Damn.
That's how the show works.
Then isn't this the Good Place then?
Not really. Oh. Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
The whole concept with the show is that everybody goes to hell.
Oh.
Like, not a single person goes to heaven.
Is this spoilers? Did you just spoil an entire
series?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
It's a spoiler. I mean, the show has been done for like 5 years now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ned Stark dies too, by the way, Game of Thrones.
Well, that's the episode. Never mind.
That's the season 1 finale, brother.
Yeah.
Walter White cooks cocaine. Or he cooks meth, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like, what did you... This is the equivalent of saying that Nash's Mother Caramel's homie. You just messed up the entire premise of Breaking Bad. He cooks cocaine is crazy.
Imagine at the end of the series, Walter survives and it just switches to cocaine.
I would do it.
Yeah, well, I feel like he should have treated like Schedule 1.
Would you
go to the next big problem?
Oh wait, no, asking you is crazy because you actually like got. Never mind. This might actually bite.
No,
you.
What is it? No. Ask the hypothetical.
Would you be my Jesse to my Walter, or my Walter to my Jesse?
You'd have to have like a good operation.
You don't think I could have a good operation?
I mean, you are the man who notoriously cooked up the rocks as a fraud theory. We all know how that turned out.
Sai is elite, bro. Elite shit slinger. Yeah. Elite poopy doo-doo cannons, bro. Elite poopy. We have Ryzen Nishimura, $5 super says, "Hey Par, random question. Would you rather Would you Rada? Who's this Rada? Is that the guy from Chowder? Rada?
Yeah, Rada. That's not his name, but he does the Rada.
Yeah. Damn, I never even watched. I watched a little bit, but not like that. Would you rather
Ryzen
watch? Wait, what about Ryzen?
I love that name, dude. It's like it's the Yu-Gi-Oh card, right?
Probably.
Oh, never mind. That's Raisin.
Oh. Would you rather watch the Elbaf tree grow? Oh my God, this guy again. Or Kuzan growing his kneecap in reverse order. That's crazy. Every week he tries to catch me.
I
Um,
haven't heard that joke in years. I love that. What a throwback. That's
that's
crazy.
wild.
That's so good.
We got Saf. The Yamato cover story mega. Whoa, finally, is this the final
He's
evolution?
upgraded, dude.
Dude,
It's a
that's
mega.
yeah, Megazard. Oh wait, no, that is that Digimon? No, I forget. Oh no, this Bakugan. Megazard? Or is that Power Rangers? Whatever one. €10 super chat. Oh, he's a European viewer. With the mystery of Shanks's family, Barto burning his flag, and Luffy set to save Elbaf, Giant switching sides even, the reunion isn't going to be as happy as people think. Of Luffy and Shanks. He's saying that when Luffy and Shanks meet up again, because Shanks has the ties to Shamrocks and the Figarlands and the Celestial Dragons, which is probably going to get outed this. I mean, Loki's like started, right? Wait, why are you laughing? Wait, what happened? You see Ryzen say, "Dang it, I can't get punched."
I agree.
Wait, I agree.
I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be happy either.
Wait, I'm so confused. What was so funny?
No, nothing.
Sai's hiding his laugh. What is happening? I'm gonna rewatch this and see what happened.
Yeah, the reunion's gonna be kind of scuffed. I think the reunion will be really sweet for, I would say, a chapter or two. And then Shanks is gonna spill the dirty water all over Luffy and say, "Yeah, I beat the brakes out of Barto. Like he's not in the Grand Fleet anymore. He's a part of the Grand Hospital."
I mean, like effectively,
Like yeah,
that's the stance. It because no matter what they say, right? It shouldn't matter if Yasop did it or Shanks just blew them up. Like it doesn't matter. The result is
it's
that
true.
the red-haired pirates defeated the Barto crew, and it shouldn't really matter. Like it doesn't matter who on Shanks's crew did it. Like Shanks is responsible, so like Luffy has to reckon with the reality that someone who associates himself very closely, and like I would say that Barto is different than the Leo's different, right? Hired now is different because like Barto, they escaped on Barto's ship. Barto literally brought them to Zoe. That's different than like Cavendish, right? Where they just like fought and like Cavendish like showed up here and there. Barto, they literally were on Barto's ship. They escaped Fujitora together on that ship and traveled with Law to
They
Zoe.
learned about their grandma.
Exactly, right? Leo, that's different than Tata's stuff, but like Luffy wasn't really that close to the Tentatas, but like the Straw Hats have a very much closer association to the Tentatas than like, Barto's, not Barto, like Cavendish's crew. Again, Hired In, I would say I would put Hired in a different boat because Luffy did fight 1v1 against Hired In, so that's interesting. But up until now, they don't even know Hired In's crew, right? Like it was like the onus was on the Hired In and them to recognize Luffy, not the other way around. So it is interesting where we put Barto, because like Barto is like a leg above in terms of where Luffy would probably care about him. And so that is an interesting situation, and it kind of also depends if Luffy even gets that information, because we also have to remember Robin is famously redacting extra info, and by extra info I mean like necessary info. like a lot of the info we needed, and Robin's just like, yeah, moving on, and then Luffy just doesn't know about it. And so maybe he doesn't even find out about Barto. Like, I don't know. It'd be weird, but I don't know. It's weird.
I think Shanks would tell him.
Yeah, Shanks. I guess the difference there would be like Luffy wouldn't show up to the meeting angry because he wouldn't know beforehand. he would hear it from Shanks most likely, I guess. But unless
Yeah,
Oda wanted to throw a wrench.
like Shanks has a reason to tell Luffy as well.
Yeah.
Because like Shanks would want to see. I mean, I'm putting words down Shanks's mouth here, but I would like to imagine Shanks would want to see how Luffy reacts to like that news. Like, will he want to still be buddy buddy? Like, will he defend his crewmate, like his Grand Fleet member? Like what is Luffy gonna do? Like, is he gonna be a man? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what it boils down to. So Shanks, yeah,
We have
drop that info, brother.
The other part too is that Shanks already determined Luffy to be a great pirate. So like the Barto thing, he was testing Barto's loyalty. Shanks, what test would be left for Luffy to go from great pirate to be a peer, right? I think that's kind of, if you wanted to wonder what comes next for their relationship, it's after Wano, Wano was Luffy's way to become a Yonko. That's strength. And the debate that people had around Buggy and / other candidates for Yonko is like, oh, does he have the territory? Does he have the leadership? Does he have the fleet? Whatever. And like on paper, Luffy does have all those things. It's just not him, right? Like it's not really him. But like when his like faction is raiding the Celestial Dragons on paper, right? That is greater than a Blackbeard. That is greater than Shanks. That is greater than whatever. So you can declare him a Yonko. And that news was in tandem with the Wano news. In tandem with Luffy defeating the Kaido and whatever was Celestial Dragon was hurt, and whether I forget if it was like in the newspaper per se, but Leo and Sai were like, we are a part of the Straw Hat crew. So you have in tandem with Luffy beating 2 Yonkos in one breath. In the other nostril is his fleet taking down Celestial Dragons. That's insane. That's ridiculous. And it's like, but like as far as Shanks goes, Shanks knows reality from fiction, and the news is more on the side of fiction in terms of like, yeah, Luffy's not the big boss here. Luffy's just like Luffy. So, you know, what they did to Barto, they tested his loyalty, he passed. What Barto didn't pass was apparently like the PR part. You can't mess with our PR and walk away with it. So we're going to kill you. That essentially what happened. And that's like the respect of us being a pirate and respect of you being a pirate. We let you walk. Don't disrespect us. So like there, it's like that kind of stuff that Shanks is gonna test Luffy on. He knows he's a great pirate. He knows he's strong enough. But is he ready to be a Yonko? And so whatever thing you think is left for Luffy to be a Yonko, that's probably what Shanks is gonna test. And I don't know what that test necessarily looks like, but you know, that's kind of my thoughts around that. Hopefully that makes sense, Saf. We have off-brand, and then we have the mega drop, which we'll get to. Off-brand $5 super testers was watching reactions to chapter 1056. Everyone was on edge. Par, did you ever drink a shot for saying Buggy will be Yonko? If not, take one now. Wait, like as a good thing? Like, because Buggy is a Yonko. Wait, am I getting like, is this from the past? I'm confused. Is this, do you remember when you said, is this delayed?
I think like because you won.
Oh, take a shot because I won?
I'm imagining that's what he meant.
Oh, okay.
Could be wrong though.
Okay, could be a back shot 2-part. Okay, see that. Okay, Axe M. We need to take a break off that one. No back shots over here. This is the Milky Way stream, but the milk is not going in the back. Sai, do you play poker? Sai, do you play poker?
No, because I'd be so bad at it, dude.
Oh. I played poker one time with my friends that played poker, and I didn't really play poker beforehand, and I won all the hands, and they thought I was hustling them. That was fun. But I think I won because
I like gambling though.
What do you like, a blackjack, like Casino Man, or like Stake.com?
Yeah, like anything really. Even for like fun, right? Like, hey, like for example, like Par, we could go to Walmart and I'd be like, Par, do you want to bet on how many fetal alcohol syndrome babies we're gonna see here today? 5 or 10? And then we'd throw like a
We're just
20
measuring
down.
eye distance. Like what are we doing? Like,
It doesn't have to be like that. Like we don't have to like that deeply. We don't have
oh,
to like confirm.
oh, do we have to ask them? Like, imagine we're
No,
like one of
God,
those.
I don't want to. I don't want to impose on other people. Boundaries, Par.
Imagine we have to interview like that's our interview, like those annoying ass people that just walk up and like, why was this guy so rude to me? It's like, bro, you stuck a mic in their face and then you
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
them
I
an
don't do that.
annoying ass question. Do you have fetal alcohol syndrome? Your eye. Oh my god.
No, we'd be very normal about it. We walk. We won't even look or stare. We just walk. We go about our day, and then we get back to the car. I'm like, Par, how many?
Someone asked, was that racist? I'm assuming you asked because the eye comment. No, it's because like the fetal alcohol thing. There's like a clinical distinction in eye
Yeah,
gap that is used, and it's not tried and true. There's others.
but it's the commonality.
Yeah, so it's not racist. It's medicinist. I think clinicist. That's one. That's the one. It's something like that. Um, don't cancel me. Yeah. So yeah. I think I took a shot sometime in between. I'll I don't drink too often, but one day when I see Sai, and he comes in with his pocket dimension whiskey, we'll take a shot. Um.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to Anime NYC.
Oh,
I'm thinking about it. I'm tossing some
think harder,
coins.
because we're all going.
Who's
All.
all?
It's been a cumulative effort. The first anime we see, bringing.
Trev called them Hammerhead kids. That's such a good one, bro.
As I was saying, I've been bringing more and more people to Anime NYC, and every edition, they always ask, "Where's Sai?" It's part you need to bring Sai out here, and I said, Sai ain't ever coming off of my word alone. We need to band. It needs to be the power of friendship coming together. Sai is like the last villain in a series, and we need to come together and win. And so it took
Technically, I've already been to Anime NYC.
Yeah, just not like.
No, because like there was one part where like somebody took a picture of a bunch of One Piece YouTubers, and I guess there's an Asian guy in the background. And there's like, oh, was Sai there? Is that Sai? And I was like, yeah, that's me.
My God. Oh my God.
I love that. It's like the old school meme, like, oh, there's an Asian guy there. It's definitely Sai. It was like,
that's not even.
Hey,
doesn't even work because
maybe it was, brother. You don't know.
You use your face cam. You're not anonymous like other YouTubers in our space. You can't just go.
I like to imagine like every now and then, like whenever somebody sees an Asian person, that you have to like look back and like, was that Sai?
Yeah, is that 6 foot tall Asian guy Sai? Question mark. The one Asian guy who's tall, like Sai, randomly is just randomly.
I'm not tall.
You're like 5'11". That's tall.
Yeah, but it's not 6 feet.
That's 6 feet. I mean, yes, you're past your Tinder days, so you don't have to stretch your height, but you're the meme.
I never have. I think it's more respectable to just give your accurate height.
Yeah, but like from a dude standpoint, you're just 6 foot. I'm not glazing.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah. Now, if we were to talk like with Brago, then yeah, you're 5'11", but like, Brago's very finicky on the numbers there.
Yeah, if I go to Anime NYC, I'll probably blog some of it.
Yeah, Brago, Cole, they're all pretty tall. You'd fit right in. What's it called? Anime Dimension. Okay, let's get into this. Axe.
Holy hell, is that a 5-part theory?
Yeah. Hold on, let me skip that one real quick because I know who Axe is. Axe is we met in real life at Anime NYC. $2 super chat says, Sai, I'm legit. Dude who asked, bro, let's get whiskey. I feel like there's like
Wait, what?
6 messages that like who like I'll definitely drink the yeah, Axe is chill. Axe is dope.
Oh, who asked to like go to NMNYC? I see,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see, I
yeah,
see.
yeah, 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 got
Yeah, I'm
you.
down, dude.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I drink a lot, so I'm definitely have to like watch myself. So we'll see, we'll see.
Yeah, nah, a lot of the One Piece YouTubers drink a lot. I don't drink, so
Thank God.
yeah,
I
I
was
don't want to
afraid we'd be like
die.
one of those communities that do like cocaine.
I can't wait for all the alcohol bottles just to have the giant cancer label on top.
Do we have like anybody in the One Piece community, like as a YouTuber or anything like that, or like a theory creator who's just like super hard into like heroin or cocaine
What the
or like meth? Like, like I feel like every popular community has like one druggie. Like, do we have one?
not hard drugs. At least not
At
into.
least not like publicly, right?
I think One Piece reformed them. I think that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like making content reformed them. From what I gather, many of us needed reform.
That's good. I mean, I think reform is good, right?
Yeah.
People frown on rehab, but rehab's good for a lot of people. Yeah, so I respect it.
Some
But so
people.
so with no current like hardcore crack house kids.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think like
Good.
that's what I like about our community is that like
We're
it's
clean for the most part.
less scary than associating yourself with like some of the gaming niches that are scary.
No biker crank.
I don't know what that means. So I'm gonna move on. Um with Anime Dimension super chat, starting up with a big whopping $20 super chat. It's a 5-part super chat. Palooza, Cannibalooza, something like that. So we're gonna take it in parts, just like the Harley text. Part 1. What if Emu, from the first world, was the king of Alabasta before the Nefertari family? He imposed slavery, which was at its peak. Saying peak slavery is just a funny, like, this is like a funny, like, historical, like a historian referencing a point in time. This was peak slavery. Like, what do you mean by that? You know, like,
It was the meta, dude.
is the
I
meta?
remember I was playing, if you're playing like Civ 6, you need slavery before you can get like machinery.
Yeah, so saying
And then
it was
slavery.
meta is unironically fine because that's like trend. Meta means trend. Saying peak was like this is the best. This is the golden age of slavery. Nobody's saying this is slavery's heyday. If you were a slave owner, you wanted to be born in the 1839s, like, or 30s or whatever era was good. I don't know. I don't remember the time period. I apologize. But anyways, whenever the Santa Maria brought people, or the Atlantic, you guys get the point. Anyways, which was at its peak at the time, the people suffered under his rule and began praying for a liberator. So that's part 1. Emu from the first. So you're saying like Emu as like a counterpart to Joy Boy had like reincarnations. So the Emu of the first world, king of Alabasta. So like Lily's grandfather, like great grandfather. First world theory, Nefertari origin, Emu evil. Thoughts? Do you have any counter? Do you like it? Like, you can't like nitpick too hard, obviously, but like, and obviously there's 4 more parts to it. So like at the moment, Sai, how does it make you feel?
I mean, we do know that if they want to go with parallels, which it seems like that's what Oda's doing. If there was a second world or first world equivalent, well, okay, first world maybe not, but like, going to the second world, we could say that Emu is the Koza of the second world.
Okay. Koza was,
But instead of being a liberator, he's a slaver. Slaver? Is that the right? Yeah, I guess slaver is the right term.
Slaver is a word
that slaver
references people who, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's it. But as far as like Alabasta, the first world, I feel like for me that's hard to envision because how I see it is that the first world will look nothing like what we've ever seen before. Like, for all we know, it could be Pangea.
Yeah. And Alabasta itself, I think like if you were to reference the first world and say that's Alabasta, that could make sense because they said like the land was scorched. Alabasta, desert land. The only problem is that Vivi kind of alluded to the fact that in her lexicon of history, it was a recent thing that some of the places became it, and it was in junction with crocodile. So we don't know, like theoretically I think there's several theories, including some thoughts that I had regarding Alabasta in the Void Century, pre-Void Century, which is that it was a green place. There's not really, even Egypt and that, like, there was very fertile land, and so like maybe Alabasta reflected that. It makes sense. Or
Very breedable land.
that that is that is, uh, yeah, that breedable land. That's why that dude who fell from the sky started making holes in the ground and saw how fertile and all the juice that came. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. But like he made hot springs. Very hot springs came from Alabasta's fertile underground land. Anyways, point is that uh because that's the case, right? Like it seemed more recent with the infertility of Alabasta. So like I don't know how far back the first world goes. We kind of assume maybe it's like that 3,000-year-old mark. But in junction with Sai saying it's hard to say Alabasta was even like an existence then. Something that I brought up with Dax too is like I wish Oda came out and said like what Robin was saying when she was like feigning what the poneglyph was saying to Crocodile, and she starts saying like random dates. She's like 100, 200, 300, like Mamudin of the hero of Ultia. Like, was that real history that Robin was just saying right now to like get Crocodile to believe it, or was she was completely just made up and was racist and like, oh, this sounds like Alabastian, right? Like that's an important thing because
That sounds like Alabastian. I love that.
yeah, like what would Crocodile know, right? Because that was the tomb, that was the King of Kings tombs. That was the beginning of history, so to say, for them, right? Like they had history that would predate the Void Century. That would make sense. I mean, even what's his face? Cobra was kind of referencing that like there was history before and history after. We're missing like the in between the Void Century, which is what the Tentatas were saying. But like he knew of Lily before and he knew of the kings after. So he was like, wait, but like Lily never returned. So like, who is this? What happened to Lily? So that also implies that yeah, they did have history before, which makes sense. Even now, we're seeing Elbaf had history before, Tentatas had history before, Alabasta. So the question is like, why would Alabasta like not why would, but like I feel like I feel like it'd be interesting to say that Alabasta existed the way it is, even in the Void Century, by the first world. I like many ideas as like Pangea, a different terraformed planet or pre-terraformed planet. Um, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. Um, so to say. But let's go to part 2. Anime
Yeah.
Dimension $10 super chat said, in response to their prayers, the first devil fruit, the Nika fruit, came into existence. A giant obtained this fruit and used its power to liberate Alabasta from Emu's tyrannical rule. Okay. Okay. I think this makes sense to just go now, part 3, because I think this is going to stitch together. Part 3, Anime Dimension, another $10 super chat, appreciate you, said, part 3, after this revolution, the Nefertari family rose to power and... Wait, what? Oh, so it wasn't the before the Nefertari. Okay, got it. Rose to power and became the rulers of Alabasta. Emu was eventually defeated, but later returned and established the Nerona dynasty. Interesting. So you're kind of saying like what happened to Dressrosa during the Void Century or after the Void Century with the Riku family, and then Doflamingo just came back and then reestablished the Don Quixote family. But the Nerona family never went back, right? Or unless this all is in the first world still, right?
I'm assuming it's the first world is
Yeah.
what they're referring to.
Yeah, this would have to still be in the first world, because by the second world, I would assume the Nefertari's in the ruler seat. So Anime Dimension with the $20 super chat says, Part 4, this theory connects to Chapter 203. Oh, this is the history that I was talking about. Where Nico Robin uniquely mentions a dynasty, the only time that term appears in the series. In contrast, all other references are to kingdoms, making this an important distinction. Yeah. I hasn't dynasty that didn't they bring that up recently with something? I forget. I feel like they
I don't
mentioned.
think they did.
I feel like I remember somewhere, but you're probably right on the.
Unless you're talking about like when they brought up the Nerona family for the first time.
Yeah, did they say dynasty? Then
No,
Nerona? Cause that'd be interesting.
no.
Um. Um. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. The problem with the Robin thing is like, I feel like I remember her saying like, not. I feel like, but like, we don't know how much of that was true because she said she was reading the poneglyph, and now we know what's on the poneglyph, and none of that was there. So, what was she reading? Was she making stuff up, or was she actually like referencing things? And like Cobra, I don't think ever like verified like, oh yeah, that's real history right there, right? So
Yeah.
that's like the hard part with that with Nico Robbins thing. Um, but I do agree that if that stuff was like real, then surely Oda was. I've looked back at that. I mentioned with the Dax collab. I don't know if he posted it, but that's one of those things that like Oda's set in motion a long time ago just to cook for like, I don't know, when the Holy Knights come out, something like that. Um, and let me get to the last one, and then we okay. Anime Dimension, the $5 super chat says Part 5. The giant straw hat preserved in the freezer could have belonged to the first Nika, the giant who liberated Alabasta. Oh yeah, that's a interesting inflection point that it's the first rather than like, which we know Joy Boy isn't a giant, right? Because we saw Joy
Yeah.
Boy and he's not a
We saw
giant.
his eyes.
Yeah, so that straw hat wouldn't fit him. So I think it makes sense if that was Sun God Nika's hat. The question would be why would Emu have it after the second world, right? So what are your thoughts? How does this piece together? Where do you feel like you agree or disagree, Sai?
I agree with this part. I agree with the fact that there's the thought that the straw hat belongs to the first Nika.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know. I think it's because I don't like Alabasta, but I don't want it to be that prominent throughout the Void Century and even the First World. I think it will be prominent because obviously Lily, but I think I'd rather have like different countries come into play rather than Alabasta over and over. I don't think that's going to be like the common ground among the first, second, and third world.
Yeah. It's so I think for me too, the other part, and I think I brought this up a while ago, was Loki saying in like his introduction, this is the first world. And now, especially with Scopper saying like, oh shit, if Elbaf is in danger, this really is the end of the world, right? And then we get the Harley text saying like first world being like a quote unquote like time period, and Loki referring to it as a location is very interesting to me. I feel like Elbaf more so than Alabasta would be the center part of the world, especially when Loki adds to the thing about like these animals are from thousands of years ago, right? Like even that, and now we see dinosaurs, and like the whole thing about Lil Garden was that like, oh, these are like a time capsule, of you know a time capsule of animals. So it's kind of interesting. um but yeah. Oh, we have Anime Dimension. I think clarification. $10 super chat says ParVision Nerona dynasty coming back means he established a different country separate to Alabasta. The Nefertari dynasty. The Nerona family continued to Second World until end of Void Century. Okay, so I can the okay, so I see what you mean now, and I'm laughing because there's a character that this reminds me of. Sai, do you know who I'm talking about?
You're talking about Wapple.
Yup. Wapol, because I like Wapol being a character, and I've always liked that. And then he saw Emu, and so he immediately, instantaneously rose in ranks in importance, right? So like that parallel, that like that's what happened to Wapol, is that Wapol got jettisoned from his own nation, established a new nation, and rose to greatness separately, which is like insane and really awesome. But the problem with Wapol is that I like he's one of those characters that Oda like permanently will put him in a meme bucket. He's a memer. And any character, it's kind of like the same problem of me saying Rox is like a buggy like character. People cannot like distinguish the meme from like the importance of Buggy. And I would say Wapol's even worse than that because of what he is, who he is, how his power works, the position he was in the story, how he got defeated, how he's been played out through the entire series. And so if Wapol is like a parallel to the Nerona family, I don't know if that's a good like you would I think the what would have to happen for me to like the theory more is that it would be a mix of characters. It would be Wapol plus Buggy plus Blackbeard, like, and then you'd get me more on the boat here, which is really possible, honestly, you know? It would make sense if a lot of these characters came from the same family, right? Like, imagine that. Wapol, Buggy, Blackbeard, they're all from the Nerona
A
family.
nasty family.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nuts. Now that I think about it,
Ooh, it would give a different definition to the bad seed.
yeah. Yeah. You know what? Like I feel like that's kind of interesting. Like who else do you think that we're going to see a Holy Knight that's from the Nerona family?
I wish. I feel like if there was one, they'd just be Shamrock or like like they'd be the
Yeah.
leader. Is what I
Yeah.
mean.
No,
Like
but
I know people don't like nepotism, but let me tell you, if I was the ruler of the world for 900 years, I'd be damned if my son or daughter did not rule the Holy Night. I'd
but
be so pissed.
what if they were like a Wapol character?
If my son or daughter, hypothetical, if I was in the world of One Piece and they were that big of a screw up in a world where fantasy powers exist, at what point do you just get rid of them?
I, I don't know, dude. Nepotism goes hard.
Like we're talking about like a kid that's surrounded by Garling, Shamrock, Shanks, Gunko, Som. Like you're telling me, like even if they were middle of the road, I'd accept it. But if they were like the worst among the pack, like a spandom Wapol character, that's my son. Maybe we give him the Gecko Moria treatment.
But Wapol did escape the Gorosei.
Yeah, okay, cool. Good one, Par. What a dumbass comment.
Alejandro Sosa says
Wapol could run fast. Wapol could leave Marie's Raw quickly. Yeah, good one. Do you think I care about that?
This is a crazy, I don't even know, but I like the energy here. Par thinks Wapol is a fraud like Emu is so funny. Dude, that's so funny. No, I think like the problem with count, like, so I have a video, guys, where it's like what happens when Shanks and Luffy ultimately meet. Like why would Luffy give up his straw hat? And the idea was that the Davy Back fights, like they would have a Davy Back fight over the straw hat. Luffy said he would give up, not like Shanks said, return the straw hat when you're a great pirate once we meet again. That was the promise. So they got to keep their promise, right? So what circumstances would Luffy not give it? And we talked about it earlier. Like it seems like Shanks is going to test Luffy. In a lot of regards, Luffy didn't pass like the Davy Back fight test in some, like he won, but like, you know, managing his crew a whole different scope. But point is that we talked about earlier. Shanks is gonna need to test Luffy. So how does that Straw Hat go over? It's talking about the Davy back fight. Davy back fight. I was saying like maybe Davy back fights were more important back then because the Davy back fights was a way to non-violently fight. So like if the Straw Hats fought the Foxy Pirates up front, they would slaughter them. Zoro would eat them alive. It wouldn't matter how slow he'd be going. Foxy could hit him with the slow ray, and if Zoro was allowed to just cremate them, he would. But so what? How do you have a peace negotiation over pirates, right? Oh, Davy backfights. Let's do that. And the thing is, that is kind of how like now we have the like UN and League of Nations or whatever, and before that, as the nations met for peace purposes, it was the Olympics. The Olympics was they under the Greeks there was like a soft slash enforced to a certain extent peace treaty. If you sent envoys across even nations that you were at war against, you were protected. If you sent athletes to there, they were protected. You weren't supposed to fight them, and it would be grounds for wars. And the Greeks would enforce that, and you wouldn't go against Spartans and Athenians or whatever, like if you were some random group that wanted to participate. And the Olympics were a huge thing where they explaining some of the video was a huge cultural gathering, kind of like at the Davy backfight they had the festival and you had like food and all these things. Like the Olympics had that, and it was a way for all the different cultures to show that in a peaceful way without dying. And so that was a really awesome thing. Olympics we still have to this day. It was held every 4 years. Interestingly enough, the what's it called? The Reverie is every 5 years, right? 5 years? 5 years. 4 years. 4 years? Wait, am I forgetting? No, it's 5 years. No, 4 years. Sorry, 4 years. That was stupid. 4 years. And so the point that I was making was that was an interesting video because I mentioned that there's a world where Emu is the winners of the Void Century. If the Void Century was some kind of Davy backfight, which, I wasn't saying that it was. I was saying that something like that existed back then, which isn't that crazy. Then Emu would be like Nero, Emperor Nero from the Roman Empire. And if anyone knew what Emperor Nero was like, he was like Foxy.
Pretty cool.
No, he was not cool. He was the biggest loser. Even he thought he was a loser. And he thought he was a loser so much that he decided to in the chariot race in the Olympics. He cheated. Everyone was allowed 4 horses. I think he gave himself 8. He still lost. With double the horses. He lost so bad, I think he crashed. And he then announced himself the winner still. And that was the level of loser he was. And Nero didn't really ever recoup that name. That name has always been slandered, even in fiction. I feel like in most fiction when I hear Nero, it's always memeified. And then Oda reveals that Emu is from the Nerona family. And then people obviously think Nero. And I think back at that video, I'm like, yo, what if Emu's family's all a bunch of frauds, bro? And this is on the heels. Again, we find out about Cross Guild chapter 1056-ish. We find out Emu's name around 1076, I believe. And so I learned my lesson by then. Do not say Emu is a fraud like X character. So I didn't. But in my mind, I'm like, fuck, what if Emu was like Wapole and all these other characters? And like, that's a big yikes. That's a oops. I don't think Sai would ever collab with me if he knew conscientiously, I actively thought that Emu, his world government leader, was a Wapole like character. Can you imagine a conversation with Sai where that was a reality? No. See, so I don't think that. And Sai, will you please continue to collab with me?
I'll think about it.
Oh God. Oh no.
I mean, you guys know me. I love my villains, dude. If Emu is a fraud and if he can't fight, I think that'd be One Piece's biggest fumble.
A Wapole like character.
Yeah. Like he could have the demeanor of Wapole, or he could be like a coward like Wapole, but I want him to be like a struggle to fight,
Yeah.
He can't be easy. Like, yeah, sure. Like maybe he acts like Wapol, maybe he thinks like Wapol. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but we can't have him strength level be like Wapol. Or like, oh, Luffy versus Emu is just like Luffy versus Wapol back in Drum Island. Like, no, we can't have that.
Yeah, yeah. So there's the thing is like
Which I don't
why
think Oda will do it too.
I think my biggest like yikes was like why is Wapol important? Like I always thought he would be, but to put him in the same room in like that instant was wild. I don't think even in my wild if I was a Wapol like enthusiast that wanted Wapol to rise to the levels of One Piece history and fame and stardom, I still wouldn't want him to be there. Like that's not great. Well, not great. That's
Yeah,
wrong. But like like it
it's
opens
not
bad
ideal.
doors. It opens bad doors. But yeah, I think we have one last super chat, and then we'll start winding down. Don't want to hold Sai from his family too long. I see the wife glaring at him, stepping on his toes a little bit.
That's not happening.
Yeah. That's Sai. Uh, I'm gonna stop there. Anyways, Animated Mention with a $10 super chat says Emu, after his defeat in the first world, he prayed of devil fruits, and upon getting his hands on it, he became immortal, and that is how he was alive. Opi no Mi also might be involved here for immortality. Wait. He prayed for devil fruits. Upon getting his hands, he became immortal, and now he's how he's alive. The Opi no Mi also might be here. So Emu was defeated in the first world. That's interesting. Because then Emu would be Sun God there, right?
I don't know. It's weird because like all from what we know, Emu's only a second world character.
Yeah.
But he could. I mean, we don't know much about him, so he could span to the first world. But I think that'd be too crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the first world.
I have him pegged as a second world person. Maybe he has like a first world parallel.
For context, the mural, just because people might have forgot. What do you think the mural depicts?
The first, I've always had the same stance. I think it's the first world and second world.
Okay, you think that the mural depicts the first world and the second world?
Oh, sorry, wait. First world, second world. I think it's a mix. It's I think it's second world, third world. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Second world, third world.
Okay. What I remember was I was saying like that, and then you were saying that it might be the what's up and coming. Like it's like the current.
Wait,
world.
no. Sorry, I like misremembered. I think it's only the third world.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yeah, and I still think that.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to clarify that because that kind of shapes because like people will, the first world, second world. It depends on what information you think we have for that, and so if you're asking someone who doesn't think that the mural particularly depicts the first world at all, then the elements you're using to support it might be different, right? So it is interesting because I have a different scope. I think that like it's all of them, but like it's not the same context, and that's hard to describe. The only person who really knows what I mean by that is 3-Day, because I told 3-Day my theory, but and it makes sense if you know that part, but it's like it's kind of like Rocks and who he parallels in the current world. Like, is Rocks Buggy? Is Rocks Blackbeard? Is Rocks like does he have a direct descendant? Or maybe all of those characters are carrying on his will. It almost seems like, and I feel like other characters like Vegapunk and Rayleigh kind of say this, is like when you go to the Roger side, there's many characters carrying his will, and like who is gonna carry it to the finish line. You may not necessarily need all of the will. There's and like how does that relate to Joy Boy and Nika? Is Luffy a 100% 1-to-1? Probably in some aspects, but there's probably other aspects that we see, like even with Kid, like we see Kid eating nonstop just like Luffy and acting a lot like Luffy, which is what a lot of supports, like he is a rival of Luffy because he acts like Luffy, is headstrong like Luffy, right? So like that's where it gets interesting when you get to like, you know, whose organization looks more like Rox's organization. I think Buggy's at the moment. But do I think that Blackbeard reminds me more of Rox? 100%, right? And I feel like that would make sense going backwards too, like how, you know, we have the kind of understanding that everything kind of was bigger in the past. It feels like ancient giants were just bigger, and the sword that we see on Elbaf is bigger than anyone here. So like this things just they just get bigger. So the same thing with that. Like I feel like maybe there's like a source, like there's let's just say there's three entities in the first world, and they fractured and then the second world was them doing the same thing that the three entities did, just in a fractured way, and then those entities fractured into the third world, and that's what we get now. And that's why it's so complicated and interesting. It was a little bit simpler in the second world and a lot more simpler in the first world. So I don't know if we have to have like, this is Emu, this is Blackbeard, this is Luffy. I don't know if that needs to necessarily go all the way back to the first world, is where my perspective is, at least.
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, there's another
like
one.
Chronos.
Yeah, exactly. Like Titans, like the primordial beings in mythology. That's how it was, and then the Titans broke apart into gods, and the gods created demigods, and they created like the earth, the animals, the trees, and stuff like that. You know, whereas the Titans did time and water and air and time. Did I say time? Something like that. Yeah. Anime Dimension $5 super chat says, in chapter 1086, page 13, Nerona Dynasty was mentioned by Emperor Ivankov from Revolutionaries. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Ivankov said it. The dynasty. Now the question would be, is that translation accurate? But as a question mark. You should also clarify that Zebek is not a fraud. Rox is definitely not Dark Nika as a person in a way. It's kind of wild that Dark Nika, I hope that's not racist, has gone under the radar. Wait, sorry, what does Dark Nika mean?
Dark Nika is the nightmare variant that the Kid is scared of.
Gotcha.
That Killingham spawned in.
Gotcha. Do you think that the monsters are black and white, or do you think they're colorful?
I think they're colorful, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they're colorful. So I don't we don't like, how crazy would this be, Saf? Nightmare Nika's blue, like Nightmare Luffy. It'd be kind of crazy.
I think it'd be red.
Oh, red is cool.
Or purple.
Purple is purple. Purple, my favorite color. So I'm down for that.
Yeah, you seem like a purple guy.
I do. Take no offense. Oh God, kill me. I mean, Oda made Nightmare Luffy. We literally have Nightmare Nika. Blue, red. I feel like it'd color. I feel like look at Loki. Oda's made his hair purple, like or pink, whatever. And so if we're looking at best example, the Gorosei. I don't think anyone in their right mind thought that like Saturn would be purple, and yet here we are. He's like purple pink, and so I think these monsters are colorful. I think, yeah, they're probably colorful. Aren't most dreams black and white?
No.
No.
No, right? No, I don't think I've ever had a black and white dream in my entire life.
That might be a nightmare.
Yeah.
What am I, in the chalk
black
zone?
And white dream? Maybe I have, and I just don't remember. But like, even the dreams I had last night were all colorful. Not like colorful, but they were vibrant.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, this is a thing that people, like, most people don't think the same. People don't dream the same. So it might be that we just find that Narukami dreams in black and white, which that's awesome. That's how people like people dreamed in the 1800s. They had color in real life.
Before color TV. Before color TV, people only dreamed in black and white. No, that's a good headcanon.
Dude, that's awesome.
No, I believe that too now.
Oh, I might be thinking of a documentary where they said people only started dreaming in color after they invented color. All right, that's not I don't think that's a documentary. That's just, like Sai said, that's headcanon. made by a
But
guy
also,
whose head
color's
got
been around since forever, right?
color. Wait, color TV?
No, just color in general.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've had
Yeah, they
color
didn't
for,
have to like invent or find color. Color's always been a thing.
yeah. We've had color for a while now. I think first patch.
Yeah, patch 1, the first patch of the world, we actually saw color.
Color was not a DLC. Imagine it was. Imagine.
Would you spend like $20? Okay, wait. Here's a good question. Let's say you could only see in black and white, but somebody walks up to you and says, "Hey, I'll sell you color for $20." Would you do it?
And like now this can is pink and like yeah, $20, 100%. That's a DLC worth its money.
Technically, we still have that. Like kids who are colorblind, and they just put the color back in.
They're on the beta, bro.
Yeah, dude. What they should do? Hospitals need to like change up the language a little bit. Like, hey, instead of saying, "Hey, like you're on the list for a heart transplant," no. Say you're on the waiting list for the heart DLC.
DLC. You need no, because that wouldn't be a DLC. That'd be a patch. Like I joke that like human teeth is a DLC. You're not born with teeth. You download it later on, and it's really painful. It's a you pay an insane price for teeth. And yeah, you literally download it later on. Some people it takes so long. Their ping, their download is so long.
Ping is bad. They got dial-up, dude.
Yeah, it takes them 2 years to get all their teeth. Some kids are like Zenith did it 6 teeth in 1 month. My God, that was a painful DLC. But yeah, heart. That's a patch. Sorry, customer service is down right now. We can't patch. We can't patch that bug.
Can't patch your heart.
Yeah,
Rip
yeah.
bozo.
We're waiting for doctors to come out with patch 12.5. Like, we didn't fix the heart in the next patch. Oh God, we gotta patch this item. Oh God, steadfast heart and TFT. What's it called?
Just TFT lingo.
Wait, we actually have a heart. We did get a heart patch. Last week, the first man to have a fully artificial heart made of titanium, and he's lived for 100 days, I think.
Nice.
Yeah. I think that was the real time patch. Shout outs to the doctors who brought the heart patch to us. Deluxe item edition titanium heart. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, ultimate edition, collector's edition, really. With like the collector's edition comes with like a steel book.
Yeah.
This steel book was just a titanium heart.
Oh yeah, I don't think titanium's magnetic like that. I think they made that on.
That's close enough.
Yeah. Doesn't rust either, so that's or as fast.
Yeah, like imagine you have a titanium heart and the person you're fighting that day is Magneto.
Yeah, that'd be rough. I saw
like Kid.
Story where a guy, I think he ended up so he needed a back like a metal brace in his spine, and so when the doctor's putting rods in, he accidentally it needed 2 rods along his spine, and one of there was titanium, that's what you're supposed to use, and one of the rods he accidentally used his screwdriver, and so he left his steel screwdriver in the person.
Ooh.
And then it broke. And the guy needed like many surgeries after, and then he died from complications. He would have lived after the first one if he just didn't put the screwdriver in. So
as I'm sure a lot of people have said, that guy was screwed.
I don't. I'm gonna go back that video and comment that. That was a good one.
No, it's gonna be the most common comment, I guarantee you.
No, that was not
like
there.
The easiest layup ever.
That was not there. I almost just bricked my entire computer by spitting water at it, bro. That was crazy good. He's screwed.
Thank you.
Oh, he got screwed up.
I have the humor of a middle schooler.
Boo! No, don't boo. That was a good one. He got screwed. That was.
Not even I think it was that good.
I love puns. That was a great one. I feel like even he would laugh.
You're a dad now.
I feel like even he would laugh.
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think he'd like laugh it up in like heaven or hell, wherever he's at, or something?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that's like a pat. Like you got fucked up. Like the patch fucked you
You
up.
think that's like a pass?
Yeah, actually no. What if he was like
No
really
handouts,
terrible?
dude. Like, how would you feel if you got to heaven and you realized there was like participation trophies?
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, would
But
you be
don't we
kind of
give like
mad?
don't dogs have participation? Dog
Well, dogs are different. All dogs go to heaven. All cats go. Like, people know that. Come on.
yeah. So that's participation.
Dogs and cats get a pass, but like,
You're not gonna look at the dog and be like, "What the fuck did you do?" You know? Yeah, yeah. I get
yeah,
you.
exactly. Well, what could they do, right? Be a good
Yeah,
boy? Come on.
yeah, 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 yeah. Um, um, um. You know, this conversation actually like I had a version of this, but for like the future sense of One Piece, which is like Luffy progressively makes it more like manga like. And I was saying like, you know, I remember like on a Hidden Island stream, like one of our first collabs, we were talking about how like the last panel, you know, like a Luffy breaks, and this is like when we just got Nika and stuff like that. Luffy like reaches out of the panel or some, you know, goofy
Yeah.
thing like that, and a lot, you know, a lot of people had that idea, and I just realized like, couldn't it make sense if like the first world and second world were like iterations of media. Like maybe the first world was in black and white.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Or like maybe that's how Oda wants to depict it, just pure black and white.
Yeah, and then the second
Like you
world
see
was like,
Charlie Chaplin, you see like Hitler,
yeah,
um, anybody who back in the day was filmed in black and white.
that would be wild. Yeah, black and
Yeah.
white, and then you get like flip book. It's like colored, but it's flip book, and then now we have
Ooh,
like
like
a
Etch a Sketch. Nah.
well. Then the alternative is so. I've been holding on to this, but it's not that big of a deal. But this worked for the future idea, which is that Oda's 100% gonna do like make puppets. Like he's gonna like draw it like Luffy brings the world into like a puppet world or something like that. And he collabed with like a claymation, I think a clay guy, someone who made like clay One Piece things and did a play with them. That he did a puppet one, and then he did a different one. And like he was saying, I forget what he said, but he said like his older sister would watch like a puppet show or something like that, and he's like, oh yeah, now I remember that. And then he collabed with the guy, I think it was. So that made me think of like, dang, like maybe Oda makes One Piece go. He was saying like it like he wants to honor those things. He wants to honor all the mediums that were really really important to him. And so like, you know, Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. And then so I was like wondering how far does that extend, and it's like maybe he does do puppetry, maybe he does do stuff. I don't know how that would work in a manga setting, but Oda wants to. I guess he could. But yeah. But yeah. Anyways, that oh, we have another growth stonks. Okay, hold
Oh
on.
shoot.
Okay. Okay. Growth stonks with $10 super chat says chapter 1139 said Roger was injured on Elbaf. Is it possible that Rox was the one who did it, since chapter 1096 also mentions Roger was waiting a whole year for this rematch because he lost to Rox on Elbaf? Wait, no, I don't think it said that Roger.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Scopper went to a hospital thing. That was never stated to be on Elbaf. I don't think that was just a story about Scopper becoming the Mountain Eater. I believe. I don't think it was ever said to be on Elbaf, and I don't think he was injured on Elbaf. I think Roger was trying to treat his illness. That part's extrapolated, but like I don't think he necessarily needed to be injured. It was just that like Roger was like in a constant fluctuation of dying until they met Crocus, who like staved it off like pretty strongly. And then
Yeah, I'm looking at the chapter right now. They don't say anything about it being on Elbaf,
yeah, and I think
nor do the Giants imply it when they're telling the story.
yeah, that island was Drum Island. Okay, we don't know that. If Scopper leveled
Now
up,
we're just guessing islands.
yeah,
Now we're just guessing islands. I mean, for next, I think if we really had to peg an island, I'd say call it Whiskey Peak, because it's like a mountain that's a hill, and then there's a bunch of graves. Maybe that's it, but that's again just a guess.
yeah, yeah.
Like there's no. It could just be like a location we'll never even.
No, he only contracted his illness 28 years ago.
He could have
Um,
been sick with anything else too.
yeah, I don't I remember what did Rayleigh say? He said 4 years before his execution. Did he say he was diagnosed with a thing? Let's just double check. Wib, wib, weeb. I believe it would be chapter 506. Um, what did he say? What did he say? He said it right here. We didn't get captured. Roger turned himself in. 4 years before the day of his execution, Roger was afflicted with a terminal. You know, that is kind of interesting. Like, to know
What's
the
up?
day he was afflicted. Because that's an interesting. Like, I know there's theories that, like, you know, like Saturn gave him the illness, and like it was kind of like a meme thing. But like, going back, I would want to go back to the Raws on this wording. But like, it's not like I can go back and be like, that was the day I was afflicted with cancer. You know what I mean? Like, I got diagnosed. That was the day I got diagnosed. But like, to say like that's the day I contracted the thing is like, and then a terminal thing, like the scope of what Roger got, it almost seems like he knew what gave it to him, kind of, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. So that is.
I feel like if I got afflicted with cancer, I'd probably get that date tattooed or something.
Yeah, or like I would like be very like, I blame hot dogs, but like that's a whole childhood trauma situation. That's, and I can't like go back. When's the first day I had my first glizzy? When was the first day? You know, but um fair enough. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. It's always good to put your ideas out there, because like you know, I also read a lot of the things wrong, and I literally ask Sai like, "Hey, Sai, what happened here?" And Sai's like, "Yeah, no, I don't see that part." And I'm like, "All right, cool. I don't see it anymore
Yeah.
either." Um,
I'm like eye drops.
yeah, yeah.
If only you had me back when you created the theory that Rox was a fraud and a coward and a weakling.
I just gotta let it slide on this stream, I guess, or for the time being. It's got.
You can post that on the podcast. You can be like, "Oh, guys, I need to make an announcement."
I'm making it. Wait, if you were to suggest as my PR coach how
Yes.
I would handle myself on the podcast,
I would triple down
on
Rox being a fraud. No. You need to pull out all the stops in the book. Like, you need to create a thumbnail where, you know how like people were saying, oh, like it was the meme about Zoro, like, oh, Zoro's saying, Odin, lend me more hockey, and he's like looking at Enma. You need to create that meme, but with Rox and Whitebeard, like, Whitebeard, lend me more strength. Please fight Kid Loki. You need to triple down. I feel like you have to own up to it. And you just got to keep on going. Like Mord still thinks that the raid is going on right now and that it's failing as we speak. You need to believe that Rox is still a fraud. Like, he cannot fight. The guy can barely walk. You could even make a theory saying that since we have him silhouetted, Rox is actually two people in a trench coat. Like, you really got to go in on this, brother.
That wasn't.
Rox is the guy from SpongeBob with paper skin and glass bones.
Double down on not what I said.
But here's the thing. Sure, you didn't say that outright, but you didn't clarify yourself when you made the video well enough to where people can understand what you're trying to say. But also, I think we're at the point where so many people attribute this theory to you that you really just got to own it.
You know what I feel like right now? I feel like Buggy in Cross Guild. I don't know who's joining me. I don't know who's pushing this agenda. I just have people making flyers for me, putting my, like, I don't know what's happening. And I'm just like, yeah, that's us, guys. That's the ParVision. Woo!
That's what you got to do.
Like, right now, you're my crocodile and you're like telling me how to run the operation. All we need now, who would be the me? Are you Mihawk or are you Crocodile?
I am a humble merchant, a humble theory merchant.
So you're the old guy who like did the bounty on T-Bone.
No, no, I'm just a passing merchant. I think the most appropriate character I would relate to in One Piece would be that drunk old man that Sanji talked to back in Water 7.
No. But if I'm the buggy in the situation, and you just gave me the full length plan on how double down, triple down, say this, say that, that sounds a lot like what Crocodile was saying, like the PR guy for me. If in that analogy, then
Well, maybe.
yeah, yeah, okay.
Here, I'm gonna have ChatGPT make a photo of you, but looking really evil, and I'm gonna have a picture of Roxy Zebek.
Like,
ChatGPT, please come in, and also make it Studio Ghibli styled as well.
ironically, I'm trying to get my hair to be, well, not at, like, Rox's hair was out, like, he was recognizable with his hair alone. He didn't need to say Newgate. I feel like once you got that last silhouette, it's like that was Rox. um um we just gotta reveal, someone just revealed who they are, but we're just gonna act like I didn't act like I didn't
Wait,
see
what happened?
this. Yeah, me either. This is the one theory that Sai will not. No, he's Crocodile. And the thing is, Crocodile doesn't claim Buggy. That's not what's happening there. Crocodile's just like, this situation's beneficial for me, which is like literally Sai through the entire Ange debacle. Like, Sai was just like, okay, I started some shit. How do I ride this shit, bro?
How does it feel to have me as a friend who crafted the amazing Ange's evil theory and have it becoming true to some extent, versus you, the one who created the rocks is a fraud theory, and that's crashing and burning?
Wait, it's not crashing
I,
and burning. You're literally.
I feel sorry for you, Par. Like,
How is it?
as a good friend,
You don't even.
like I said, that day I went to your video and I watched it because I was just like, "Wow, man!" Like, in case Par just is on that watch list, I gotta like be there for him.
That wasn't even a Rocks video. It was a God Valley video, and I was right, okay? There was other people there that were stronger than all of them, which is the Gorse and the God Knights. And you don't
Now
even
that's
believe,
debatable, man.
you don't even believe your Ange theory anymore. You backtracked. You said you think she's innocent. Come on.
Oh, this is too much, man. This
Oh
is too
God.
much.
Wait. Actually, hold on. Before we go, last question.
What's up?
Last question. Sai, where is Ange?
Where is Ange?
Yes.
She's watching the kids about to burn to death. I think she's killed all the teachers in the school.
So when Scopper goes, thank God these are just kids' dreams. Because adult dreams that are more accurate would be tougher. What would we feel if Ange came out and say like, oh, I also teach Sunday school with a bunch of adults, and that was my last assignment, was asking what these adults are afraid of. And we just see like a senior citizen center with like all like Ja Rule's, like all of his friends, 380, 390, and they have like all of the mythical legends drawn out to a T. And Ange helped. What would Ange be then? That would be crazy.
I'd like to imagine Ange would be in the gymnasium putting up wire like prom night.
Oh my God.
Have you watched that movie?
No, but I don't want to know what happens with the wire.
Zzz.
Okay. Do you think that that's like, it's when Scopper said that, that means we're going to get the adult nightmares, right?
No. I think we'll get the real versions down the road, not here.
What do you mean real versions?
They say that they're glad that the monsters aren't as strong as the real art. So I think that we're gonna see the real version of Fenrir later on. And real version of X, Y, or Z too.
Like via Killingham?
No, just outside of Elbaf, just like out there in nature.
Oh. Yeah. That'd be interesting. But yeah, so I'm glad you gave us the most important, the reason why you're here, the Ange update. But that being said, guys, we'll clock it there. It is oh wow, 1 minute away from a 5-hour stream, so maybe I'll just wait 1 more minute.
We'll wait an extra minute. ChatGPT is still currently cooking up your picture, so I'll send it to you later.
Damn, that you're not using Grok, using ChatGPT.
No, yeah, I'm not using Grok.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah.
You could just say
Sorry.
Chris Benoit. Benoit? I don't know what that is. Ange left with Shamrock to become a Celestial.
And is
Thoughts?
currently laughing right next to Sommers and Killingham. Actually, Andrew was all three voices that Scopper sensed.
Imagine, no, straight up, because if Gunko went with to the Straw Hats, Scopper sends three people together, strange voices. Imagine behind Sommers and Killingham, Ange goes like that Gunko does it. She's behind
The
them.
same pose.
Yeah, what that would be legendary. Would you
I
get
believe
that
it, dude.
figurine?
No.
The Gunko,
Gunko, but not Ange.
Gunko and parallel. No, but they're sold together. They're sold together. You have to buy both.
No, I wouldn't do it.
Damn.
What I have a Rob Lucci figure. The only other figures I want are probably a Mihawk, a Kaino, and Perona figure, and that's it.
What if Ange is Gunko's half sister instead of Loki's half sister?
No.
Okay.
After the Rocks is a fraud theory, I feel like you need to take a break for like a day or two. Unwind and just...
That theory was 3 years ago. There was
but after the loss of today,
the loss. Like I thought we were winning.
I feel like it's hitting you hard.
Wait, hello? All right, and with that being said, guys, we have 5 seconds left on stream, and I just want to let you guys know I still believe in that theory.